Oh,
in the history
really?
of ever. You bring
Game
joy to
on,
my
Bay.
heart.
I still use my Wayne's World memes as much as possible until they get phased out of existence.
Or
Yeah.
do we still have that deal?
Which deal?
I give you 3 favors for the thing you do for me.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
That brings you up to a total of 4 favors that you owe me.
Crazy.
Okay, your DM is gonna step away. I'll be back.
Radio? All right. So, out of curiosity, how long have you guys been running?
I've been running, I think, like a month and a half now. It's like weekly, maybe more. I honestly don't remember. It's been a while. Mad Dwarf King has been for a little longer than that.
I was the previous veteran player, even though I've only been consistently playing for about 4 or 5 months.
Are you talking about playing this campaign or just in general?
In general. Like, I started playing like a little over a year ago, but I was just like 1 or 2 sessions. And I didn't start consistently playing till like about 4 or 5 months ago with like this campaign pretty much.
I think I have what I want to do down. Should I discuss backstory elements or etc.?
Sure.
Wait, the DM isn't here, huh?
No. Stepped out.
Okay. Oh, that is a slight issue. I should probably write it down then, so I don't forget.
Ikki, want to make a deal?
You never told me what this deal is about. What do you want me to do?
I might need your help with drawing some things.
Okay, just tell me exactly what you want me to do, because I'm not gonna sign up for a deal unless you tell me exactly what I'm doing and what effects it could have on me.
Okay, so I need you to draw some ritual circles and place down some candles.
No.
It won't have any effect on you. It'll only have effect on me and the person I'm doing it to.
That being said, is this: the boat rocks back and forth under your feet as the waves hit it from side to side. Luckily, the rain and the fog seems to be finally dissipating. However, on a stolen ship, that could cause a problem, especially as it's only about midday, 4 p.m. in the afternoon, to be exact. The ship sways into the open ocean. And that being said, everyone roll me Gambit.
Mm.
25.
30-20.
30-20.
I got a 19.
I got a 26.
For
Dante.
reasons?
Oh, Soda, what did you say?
For reasons, I shall not roll, but I will roll a flat d20. As for previously specified reasons. We're live.
Dante, your armor seems to be frayed. However, it's better than when the rust monster devoured your last set of, well, was it gauntlets or just the chest plate?
Literally everything.
Please introduce your character.
My name is Dante. I am a human fighter subclass in Eldritch Knight, which unfortunately makes him have a little extra person in his mind, someone I call a freeloader, who does nothing but pester him about killing people and doing evil things. Um, think of it as kind of like it's like an annoying sibling, pretty much. That's what's going on in his head right now.
The answer to your question is yes, we are currently live. That being said, we have officially started. Questions, comments, or concerns?
None at all.
Fantastic. That being said, Dante, your armor, well, it hasn't protected you from death, however. You have died. You have lived. Hell, you might have been reincarnated. Do you remember any of it?
Not sparingly. I remember
Excellent.
sort of.
Roll me a wisdom check.
17.
As you stand in front of this door, clad with arcane sigils and a demon devouring another, your mind seems to cloud suddenly with a memory. At least you think it is. That being said, is this: for the remaining of the evening, you may use religion upon the door to glean information.
Okay.
And then I believe the next one was Damien.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Together with your family, patron, and the one who shall not be hymned, and the darkness within your own soul, you're terribly accurate when it comes to notating evil deeds and dreads of the world versus the forces of good meant to disrupt your possible plans for unconditional power over the known dimensional universe. Enter evil laugh. Now that after you've picked up your first chant book, did you tell your friends or did you take it to the shrine to tell your ancestors?
It's at the shrine.
You pace back and forth for a moment, eyeing the book in your gnarly hand. Your grandmother had given you her best gloves to wear to the shrine. It was important to always dress as though you were the ancestor, especially in their own bones, more specifically. Did you dress for your aunt or uncle?
Aunt.
And was that on your mother's or father's side?
Father's.
Ah, yes, you had to go down into the crypts for that one. He had been a renegade, a rebel, they would say. Now, did you light the sigil before you walked in or after?
After.
A true rebellious nature within your arcane ways. Roll me Arcana.
24.
The shrine lights up with eerie red lights upon the dead's eyes. They float above the bodies, and you see a silhouette in the distance there in the shrines and crypts of the dead. Roll me a wisdom check.
21.
You recognize instantly that it's not your father. However, you're unable to place the face, and they seem to even walk closer, and invisible shadows appear on the walls. Roll me a perception check.
14.
Unfortunately, you don't sense it. But when you left the shrine that day, your book, the gilded one with the pages of orc skin written with the blood of goblins, had gone missing. That being said, whenever you try to roll Earthquake in the future or try to cast it, you must spend a point of inspiration. Oozey, I believe you're next.
I believe so.
Please introduce your character.
My character's name is Uzi Dori. I'm I'm a plasmoid who is doing a Lucha Libre build, which means a barbarian fighter multi-class. I'm a chaotic good, heavy emphasis on the chaotic.
Oozey, you were in class aboard your ship, there in space, eyeing a nebula, a cluster of absent stars, your teacher said, nestled just within it. Absent stars, you learned, were phantoms, inconsequential particles that made up dead space that could not be traveled. However, if were, it could tear a hole into the hull of the ship. That being said, you learned that day to navigate the particles that seemed to stem from the nebula, and eventually you noticed them also evaporate into a black hole. Actually, it was a black hole in an entirely another galaxy. Did you tell your teacher or did you write it down in your journal?
I told her.
And what was your teacher's name again?
Miss Swanson.
Miss Swanson. Yes, I remembers Miss Swanson. She was of the Princess, I believe, Star Clusters, if I'm not correct.
Yes.
Well, you remember you walked up to show her what you had on your pad. You had taken such meticulous time to coordinate and show her how the particles had eventually found themselves parting away into a black hole. Proud of your efforts, you noticed she was speaking to one of the officers aboard the ship. Did you try to listen?
Yes.
Roll me a perception check.
11.
Miri, Miri, a girl in your class, screamed just behind you, and the teacher and the officer both looked up, ending their conversation and walking away. However, you remember them talking about some foreign vessel they hadn't been able to get a read on. They were afraid that maybe they were studying the phantom stars also. That being said, on your character sheet, write down Astronomer, level 1. All right, Ikki, I believe you're next, darling.
Okay.
Please introduce your character.
I'm playing Ikki, who is a Aarakocra rogue, crow. He looks like a crow. And he likes to steal things. Likes to steal shiny things. And he's neutral in terms of alignment.
And what color are your feathers?
Black.
Black like pitch or black like midnight?
I mean like a crow, so like kind of if you catch the light right, kind of looking like an oil slick, I guess. But mostly just black.
The night before you were taken by the vampires and sold into slavery, you flew over Waterdeep, left your country farm to find refuge in a city that did not care to notice when you were taken from beak to talon to a city of vampires called the Covenant of Soul, spelled S-O-L. that led by fate to a lab with an arcane sigil tempting you from the shadows of death the night before leaving Waterdeep and stealing the codex from the Magaro Museum of Curiosities. Did you go to see your family that day before, or did you study the museum, casing it for weak points?
I think I studied the museum.
Roll me stealth or perception.
I'll do perception. I got an 11.
An 11. Well, the best you were able to determine that day was the guard's routine. They'd either go home or not. Unfortunately, you were not that clever that day and found no weak points. Even the back door seemed to be solidly locked by a large pad that you knew you could easily click a lock with eventually. However, you did notice, there is another, building next to it that seems to be taller than the museum. You could use that to crack in, or are you choosing to use the back door?
I think I'll go to the other building.
The other building seems to be an old hotel ran by a Monsieur, what was their name?
Steve.
Monsieur Steven. Monsieur Steven, did you speak to him as you walked in the hotel, or did you try to do something stealthy?
Yeah, I spoke to him.
Oh, hello! Welcome to my establishment.
Hello. Can I get to the roof, please? My people like to sleep under the stars.
A brawny
I'll
dwarf.
take a room on the roof.
Sorry, what was that?
I said I'll take a room on the roof.
A brawny dwarf stares at you with a large nose. Ah, that will be 500 gold.
Can I put it on credit?
Roll me persuasion.
Persuasion. 7.
That being said, you also only have 70 gold pieces in your pocket. He stares at you for a moment and huffs. I don't think so, monsieur. I could do 450.
I don't think I can do that. Well, thank you anyway. I will be leaving now.
That being said is this. As you stare back into the alleyway, you could try the back door again.
Could I try to just climb to the roof?
You could.
I'll do that then.
Excellent. As you climb up to the top of the roof, you find a large glass window on the observation deck. Do you try to crack in that way?
Yes.
Excellent. That being said, we'll break from there because that'll be a whole nother scene or two, I'm sure. Cora and Soda, what did you roll for your gambit?
My gambit. That would be a 20, dirty 20.
I think it would be safest to say mine was definitely not a dirty 20. And definitely much lower.
That being said, Cora, please introduce your character.
Yes, so my character's name is Cora Bloodworth. She's a Dampier, an Eldritch Knight fighter. Her alignment, it depends on how she's feeling that day, but usually it's somewhere in the realm of chaotic good. She tries to do good in her own way through her, somewhat unexperienced eyes.
The night before you left. What's the name of that city again?
The name of the city. The name of the city. What was the name of the city? The name of the city was Dirkenwald.
You left Darkenvault, a small island on the southern pinnacle of Highport proper, and you made way for Foul Fang. You hadn't expected such a remarkable exit as suddenly the large ship next to you had exploded. However, the night before, you feel as though you might have had a vision remembering your dreams. Roll me a wisdom check.
Yes, indeed. 8.
Now, with your noble line, are your family members prone to such things?
At times.
Was it due to your grandmother's late renaissance with the great deity Elona?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes, it was.
That being said, you remember your dreams. You were riding along with a unicorn, and you had galloped and hopped from place to spot, and you remember a neigh of a laugh. Roll me handle animal.
Indeed. 5.
You remember the horse had said something to you, of course. It was a dream, so they must have. But unfortunately, they stopped shallow of a cliff, and you fell, lickety-split, right off the side of it. And as you did, you plummeted and screamed, and thought, well, this is taking a while. And you looked around about, and thought, well, what's the scenery like? Roll me perception.
Perception. Would passive perception... No, that would not suffice. Perception. Here we are. That would be a 4.
Having not even been thrown off a cliff in reality, you were able to spy not much. However, the dream, a flash of it, you remember. There was a ship. It was in port, and it was set afire. So maybe this is predestined. On your character sheet, write down visions, level 1.
Noted.
Now, before you left, did you take the rapier or the staff?
I would have taken the great sword.
Even better. Write down great sword plus 1 and title it. Now in
Done.
D&D Beyond, we can always come back and edit it and add it that way proper.
Okay. Yep.
All right, dearest Cora, we move on to Not Soda. What's your character's name again? Percival.
That would be me.
Percival, please introduce your character.
I am playing Percival. Percival is a mixture of two classes that I know about as much about as everyone else in the room. And Percival is the end result of what you'd expect from a very, very tragic love story. He is both man and not man, man and monster, I suppose you could say. But at the end of the day, he's sort of a blood-infused knight, and that is the quickest summary of what he is in his essence.
And what species are you?
I'm gonna have to go with human.
Are you city bred or are you country fed?
Country fed originally, but from youth, the city would have been more apt of a place for him to be.
You were assigned to a small village. There was an outpost to the north. You would find leisurely days of walking and tending to goats, especially near the village. However, the outpost itself was nearly a mile away. The night, however, there was an explosion. The afternoon before, you spent it with a close friend. Roll me Arcana.
Oh boy. Uh-oh. Um, would you mind if I rolled a flat dice temporarily?
You may roll physical dice for sure. Preferably if you could roll it before you announce your action, but in this case, of course, roll it freely.
A flat dice, just d20.
Oh, with no save. Excellent. I'll throw a d4 for you.
Just as a temporary thing. So Arcana would be... Oh dear, how do I use... Whoopsies.
In D&D Beyond, if you're on your character sheet, if it's created, then you would just tap or click on the skill name.
That is the issue that we have at hand.
Just a moment, Percival. So are you on
My
your character
apologies.
sheet currently?
Yes.
Fabulous.
The issue is that I was not able to finalize everything.
Okay. Can I push Arcana for you?
By all means.
Oh, no. Yeah. So it looks like, do you have any physical dice?
I do, yes.
Go ahead and roll 2d20.
2d20. All right, we'll do.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to add a +2 to this. We'll see if he can make his Arcana check as he spends his nice evening out with his nice friend. They're walking along the boulevard. They're petting the goats. They're smiling at the villagers. They hear loud noises and clamoring from a tavern nearby.
6 and a 14.
And they roll a 16 on the die for Arcana. Something glimmers in your eye as you walk on by. Something again in the alleyway. This happened all the time, especially growing up. Whenever your aunt would come and she would take you to the city and bring you back again with presents and bows and things. However, it hasn't happened for quite a long time. Roll me, quickly, a wisdom save or constitution save.
Constitution it shall be. Just gonna assume it's +2 for now, because, yeah. That would be a 4 total.
You fall there, onto the ground. The tavern merely just 10 feet away. Onlookers stare in your direction. Your friend goes to you. They hold you in their arms, and suddenly your eyes open, flashed with red coloring, and then you don't remember much after that. Roll me a Constitution save one last time.
I hope you can hear the sound of dice, just for audio. That is a 14.
Ooh, good. I was afraid if you failed this one, it might be traumatic. That being said, is this. Write down Life Drinker, level 1, on your character sheet.
Understood. I will put it in a doc until I am capable of doing so.
Fantastic. I'll make note of it here. Until then, that being said, is this. The boat is under your feet. Newer players, are you able to find the map?
That I am.
Fantastic. You see Dante there in front of the demon doors, two demons devouring each other, depicted with arcane runes, and they seem to be enjoying it. Oozey and Ikki are found there in the armory alone, scouring through the weapons. Damien stares at a collection of beasts or demons, staring oddly into space. That being said, is this newer players? I'm gonna add your player tokens. If you want to just choose anywhere on the map that's currently viewable that you want to place your characters at.
I am still in the process of finding the map.
All right, I will send you a link momentarily.
Thank you.
are very well. Monsieur Soda, were you able to find the map okay?
I am here.
I'm gonna post it in game chat for you.
I will place myself in hopefully not the worst possible spot, which is to say here.
Excellent. Percival, roll me a stealth check.
Yes, sir. That is a 13 total,
Dante, what is
taking
your
in my
passive
current.
perception? What's that?
Oh, my apologies. That is a 13 taking into account current stats.
I see. I have a 14, so you're not slick. I see you.
You hear the tapping of feet from around the corner. Percival, keep in mind, the rest of the vampire quintet is dead, and only you and someone else you believe to be, possibly named Cora, is still alive on the ship.
Would I notice that? Well, I'm noticed.
He hears your footsteps but doesn't see you. He is currently still standing in front of the demon doors on the other side of the corner. There is a door currently to your right, Percival. That's that orange box there, which leads to a small barracks for the more personal guards.
I am knowing that I am most certainly not someone who wants to get caught in the middle of a hairy situation right now. Especially given prior circumstance, I'm going to dip through. Dip through the door.
Excellent. That being said, is this Dante? What do you do next as you hear someone around the corner?
I'm gonna just like creep around, just like a freak, just peeking around corners.
You gasp almost as you turn around the corner and see no one there. Huzzah, you found him. Cora, what are you doing, darling?
So the wall that's directly that's to the north, there is no doorway, is there?
Ooh, excellent. Good eye, good eye. Hold on, darling. There are stairs leading up to the top deck.
Ah, so would I so just to refresh, what is the reason that I'm down here? I'm down here because all of my compatriots above deck are dead.
Yes, and you were going to be used as, you know, that thing.
Right. So I probably would not want to go back up there. I probably naturally would continue my path this way, sort of. Probably, most likely, definitely bumping into Damien on the way.
Damien, you see a figure next to you. They seem to be, well, enchanting.
Can I tell that they're a vampire?
Roll me a nature or medicine check. Or history.
That's 7 for history.
Well, they do look peckish, but you're not sure exactly their species, other than they could be human.
Okay, I'm gonna pull out my sword and point it at them and say, "Who are you?"
Whoa. Cora reflexively draws the 4-foot long greatsword from her back. She's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! There's no need for any of that."
Are you working with them vampires?
Well, not anymore. I'm actually glad to be rid of them. Was that you that did that?
Actually, yes, it was.
Oh. Well, I must thank you then because ugh, they were the absolute worst. They were going to use me as cannon fodder and all types of other crazy shit. I was with them, but not anymore. Guess I'm doing my own thing now that they're dead. I couldn't take them all on by myself, so guess I'm glad
Would
to
you
be
be
rid.
able to help me with something?
Well, in exchange for you not ramming that thing through my chest, I guess I guess I kind of have to. Now, if you could
Okay,
kindly point that somewhere else, and she
I'll put
gives
my
that
sword
goofy
away.
grin.
Follow me.
Right then. And she would naturally follow Damien.
Yeah.
The organ plays eerie tunes of your demise as you follow Damien, you know not why. That being said is this, Percival, you walk in, Oozey, Ikki, you see a new figure to your right, and Dante, if you spy around that corner of a door, you'll see someone new.
I also draw my sword and like point it towards Percival, and I just say like, "Who the hell are you?"
Me?
Yes, you.
But, well, I suppose there's no one else in the room, but I'm here for the same purpose I believe you to be.
Why are you here?
What purpose would that be?
So I mixed up voices for a second. Which one is uh which?
So I am Ikki, the bird.
There we go. Okay, that's what I
And
was looking for.
I'm the plasmoid, though the bird is also currently a plasmoid.
And I'm right here, and Dante Dante is not speaking to me.
Nah, I'm gonna slowly just put my hand on your shoulder and be like, "Hey, so where did you come from?"
I believe my apologies. What intonation? Okay. Let me start that from the beginning. Uh the second a hand is placed on his shoulder, the first thing that comes to mind is cut it off, but he elects against it as his memory is just now coming back to him. Uh, he's afflicted somewhat by what seems to be, well, uh, memory loss, short of the short term variety, but when he turns around and looks back, you can see in his eyes that he has no clue whether you're friend or foe. And he simply says, well, assuming you're friends of the vampires, I was defending them, but I don't know why.
We aren't friends of the
So
vampires.
that unfortunately makes you the enemy of this vessel, the one
Mhm.
that you just appeared on. So I'm going to ask you one more time, where did you come from?
I can't answer that. I know that I
So,
were.
homicide?
That is mighty unfortunate.
I know that at the minimum, I am a knight, but
It seems like you two have a little bit in common then.
I have nothing in common with this
I don't know, you guys are both
thing.
knights with
Just
memory
traded.
loss.
Okay. Seems like you and the booger have a lot in common. You're both green.
Yeah,
Does
that
that
wasn't
make
my
you the
fault.
same? No. Yeah, well, my memory loss wasn't my fault either.
Dante, do you remember how your original armor looked?
Faintly. It was very old and reminiscent of his time in the army, whatever it was called.
And it had those large spikes on the shoulder. You noticed the same type of, well, armor staring back at you.
Where'd you get this armor?
what did I? Well, forgive me for impertinence, but last I checked, I lost everything, every memory that I have currently in my head. So it's gotcha. Okay, I wasn't slight dial back. I wasn't sure how to roll with this, but I will go on as such. Where did I get this armor?
Yeah.
And he's chuckling a little, as you would expect from what sort of freak Azoid this is, but he turns his head back to look at you. Oh, forgive me.
Oh, you continue. I'm just typing.
Okay. He turns his head back to look at, I believe it was Dante who asked about the armor.
Yeah.
Uh,
Soda, you're doing great. Like, you just fill in the blanks however you want. So if your character remembers where he got the armor, you can go ahead and tell him, and I will just keep note. If you don't, then just say you're not sure and go forward. Just remember that other thing I gave you on your, like, to add to your character sheet might help fill in some blanks.
will do. Where I got this armor? Well, a friend, I suppose, is the reason I have it still, but I think you and I were of the same ilk. Not kin, but you came from the same army, did you not?
Me and you have nothing in common.
You wish to be that way.
Should it be that way? It is that way. He just like kind of like turns around and just like slowly just like walks out dramatically.
Anyway,
Well,
as long as I'm not getting stabbed, okay?
you didn't attack us like everybody else on this ship, so I trust you a little bit.
I don't trust myself, to be honest, but
Don't worry about Dante. He's like that with most people.
He's a hard ass.
But the two of you do seem to have a bit in common.
you know, it's coming back slowly, but oh, I remember now.
Cora
I
and
was
Damien, you venture back to the top deck and you stare around a bit, seeing a collection of bones on the ground and a gentleman clad in shawls and capes fishing off the side. Do you both decide to begin your ritual, Damien, or something else?
Or what I need you to do is go knock him out for me.
You need me to do what now?
Knock him out for me.
Why should I do that?
I mean, the deal we made, I don't kill you, you do something for me.
You don't scare me. If you're going
Are
to
you
ask
weak to
me
the
to do
sun?
something, I'm sorry,
Are you weak to the sun?
but wouldn't you like to know? For the record,
I
no,
would.
I'm not. And secondly, nobody tells me to do anything that I don't want to do. Not anymore. So you can change the way that you phrase that, or I'm not doing anything at all.
How would you like to make a deal?
Obviously, I can't, well, with all of the deaths of my pseudo friends, those fuckers. I'm so glad to be rid of them, by the way. Um, I can't really operate this ship by myself, so if there's a way that you can get me off of the ship and to dry land, then I'll do it.
I can, since this ship is going to water deep.
All right then.
You
And what's
All
up
I
with
know,
need you.
if you want to kill me, it's probably best to attack from the front.
I didn't know our conversation was audible.
I thought it was whispering.
What I thought.
So, Cora, will you help me?
Circumstances being what they are, I'll help you. And she extends a hand. Fingernails that are filed to points, by the way, but still.
The gentleman walks
Oh,
out to the front of the ship, pacing with a pail in his hand and a pole over his arm. I've got some good fish for you, but if you're bound to take me out, he drops the pail onto the deck. Well, I think I might be ready for you. He swings out the pole like a sword.
This isn't going to be easy, is it? Damien?
can I use Blood Curse of Binding?
That being said, you may.
He has to make a strength saving throw.
He has rolled an, I believe, a 12.
Okay. His speed is reduced to 0, and he cannot take reactions until the end of my next turn. Cora, your turn.
Sorry, say again?
Your turn.
That
Seems like
being
it's
said,
going
is
to be.
this? Everyone on top deck, roll initiative.
I will do that right now.
I got a 5.
I got a 6. Hooray.
Alright, I gotta set up some combat, which was unexpected, so I had to go find this real quick. And that being said, is this? What's happening on lower deck?
In the text chat, he mentioned that he has a necklace hanging on his front. Is that necklace the same as the kind that we've seen before?
The bubbles are all in the right place, and the diamonds are slender and cylinder, almost like the old elven mithril. However, you notice it's mostly silver, and it does match, however cracked, the other necklaces you have.
I like take a look at that necklace, and I like lean down and look at it, and then I look up back to him, and I just say like, "How did you break free of that.
Break free.
These necklaces, Dante put one on and it made him go a little crazy and nearly killed me. I feel like those are like control devices, but you're wearing one and seem to be free.
It's fuzzy in my head, but I think I wore it intentionally. It's when what I was bound to was no longer, well, able to bind me. That's when it all started coming back. How long
Interesting.
was it?
Roll me
So
1d10.
you're saying that
Who?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was someone asking how long ago it was?
That was me.
1d10.
Ooh, good thing I have real dice for now until I can figure out how to use this damn bot. 6.
Excellent. That being said, is this? Roll me a perception check.
Moi? As in,
Perception check.
I? Shall I?
You shall.
That I shall. 18.
A clap in the background. That being said, is this? You remember that it feels as though it was merely just, well, days or months, maybe. And you look, and it feels as though it's older than that. You stare up and around the barracks, and you see there a mirror. You look older. You look frailer. You look, well, stronger. And you need a shave.
Yes, it's coming back.
All come back. That being said, is this? Cora, what did you have for your initiative?
6.
Damien, you had 5.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Suddenly, the beast, or gentleman, stares at you. His fishing rod goes flinging into the air, and the hook goes spinning around his head. He flings it at you, Cora. What is your AC?
16.
It wraps around your neck, and the small hook goes into your ear. You take, oh my lord, 11 points of piercing damage.
Duly noted.
You are currently grappled.
Lovely.
I believe Cora's up.
What does grapple do?
You're basically unable to move too freely. You can try and move, but you have to roll athletics or an escape, and then you still technically have actions, which is usually trying to break the grapple, which is using the escape or athletics. You could technically, if you have the ability, use a free action if you have like some rogue abilities.
So effectively, what you're saying is that I can only attempt to end the grapple.
Unless you want to try and cast a spell or attack, you could try to reverse grapple. I believe you just have to do a straight attack for that and beat his AC. And I will double check that.
I think he was grappled before, wasn't he?
Well, right now you're grappled with the fishing pole.
No, I mean he was like frozen or something. So my compatriot did his action, and then it was the fisherman's turn, and then I did my action.
Correct. So he has no reactions and his speed is currently 0. He has whipped his pole into the air and grappled you with a fishhook.
Okay. So then I would probably. So reverse grapple would grapple him and ungrapple me. I would do that.
You would be grappling him, yeah.
So I'll do that. If I can figure out how to do that.
Just roll an attack to start. And it's going to be an
What-
unarmed attack.
Okay. Oh, well, it's the same, so it's fine. 25. I was one away from a nat 20. Damn it.
That being said, is this. You're able to take the grapple, and you also take the hook out of your ear. You swing the line from around your neck, and you tighten it around your fists. You currently have the fishing rod grappled, as well as him as he holds on to it with both fists. Roll me a strength check.
Strength check coming right up. Sorry, is that strength check or strength saving throw?
Check.
Check. Nat 20, 23.
Cora, we'll come right back to you. Damien, you're up.
I'll cast Suggestion on him.
He failed.
I suggest you to go to sleep.
Cora, you see his eyes roll heavy as he begins to sway back and forth, and you feel his strength give way, though his shoulders look quite large for an older gentleman, crowded in capes and shawls knitted. That being said, is this. You have the upper hand. What do you do next?
How close is he to the edge?
He's approximately, roll me 1d10.
1d10. You got it. You're the boss.
Cora, you're just supposed to put him to sleep. You're not supposed to throw him off the edge.
Well, we might have to cut our losses and drop kick him off the edge because I don't want to die. 1.
He's approximately only 10 feet away from the edge.
Shove only goes 5 feet. Shit.
I mean, he'll already be dead because I'm sacrificing him.
Oh, you need to sacrifice him to get into the whatever it is.
Yeah.
Does drowning count?
Well, I have to be the one to sacrifice him.
Well, shit. Okay. So I'm gonna try and do something creative. DM, stop me if this is going too far. I would like to draw my great sword, and I would like to flip it over, and I would like to Mordschlag it, which basically means that I'm holding the great sword by the blade, and I'm using the pommel to smack him over the head with, like the hard metal bit at the bottom. Smack him in the head with it. So as a bludgeoning instrument instead of a slashing instrument.
Yes, I'm agreeing with this. Sounds good. Roll an attack.
Radio. So I'll have it as a greatsword attack then. But it's not slashing, it's whatever the fuck. That is a 19.
Unfortunately, the 19 does not hit as you strike at him. You seem to have hit his chest, however, you're unable to even make a dent.
I'll try again. I have a second attack, so I'll try it again. Oh, also, since it does have the graze property, I would assume instead of slashing, it's going to be bludgeoning, but I do graze him with it.
Excellent.
So that would be 3 bludgeoning, and then I'll just do another attack. And that one's not any better. Great sword. 8 So I'm assuming that one misses 3 bludgeoning damage.
I'll give it to you. It goes nick-whack, paddywhack against his bones, especially his knees and elbows.
Also, I'm probably bleeding somewhat profusely from my ears, so I'm also hissing in pain because my flesh is cut open. Can't forget about that. Fuck. Got me pretty
Now,
good.
Damien,
Yeah,
I have a question for you.
yeah.
High or low?
Hi.
Thankfully, the tides are on your side, and you notice with his weak and weary eyes, his legs begin to jumble and his feet begin to crumble, and he waddles 5 feet closer to the side. So you might be able to shove him after all. That being said, is this? We move back below deck. What are y'all doing down there?
I did have just one question, which I think I already sent to you. But
Roll me 1d10.
8.
Okay, so you are going to start with 1,000 gold plus your starting gear.
Understood.
So you can buy whatever you want and subtract whatever. And if you have questions about that on D&D Beyond, let me know. We'll do it during the 15-minute break. So down below deck, we have our dearest Dante, our dearest Oozey, our dearest Ikki, and Sir Percival.
I'm gonna walk out and see what Dante's doing now.
I'll stick back and continue to talk with Percival.
I suppose I'm staying in the room and probably pulling up one of the chairs and sitting down for a second as he puts his hands to his head while the memories come rushing back.
I want to open the door.
Dante. Dante.
The door. It must be opened.
Roll
Something
me a
inside
wisdom
is
save,
urinating.
Dante.
Oh no.
Hold on. I'm gonna use my much better. I got a 19.
You feel a cold chill go up your spine as soon as you begin to mention the door this time. However, it's nothing. Carry on.
Why do you want to open the door so much?
Why do you care so much?
Didn't we
Don't you
just
don't-
have a big conversation about how it's a bad idea to open the door?
Go back to your plasmoid friend, you freak. You're kind of gross. I'm gonna keep it straight with you. Seeing a vaguely bird-shaped plasmoid is kind of unnerving. Like,
Trust me, it's more unnerving being one.
no, but like,
I want to be back to normal as much as you want me back to normal. So, just got a deal for now. Anyway, answer the question. Why do you want to open the door so much?
why do you not want to open the door so much?
Because we all agreed that it was a bad idea.
Ooh, what? Like, there's so much more of the ship we haven't explored. What if there's like, what if there's 1,000,000 gold in there?
There may be.
What if there's 10 trillion rubies? No, we won't know until we open the door. So help me open the door.
Am I able to like squeeze through the door and look at what's on the other side?
You can try and roll perception and see if there's any cracks, or investigation to study the door further for any weaknesses.
Perception.
You thought it wouldn't come in handy.
Oh wait, I forgot. I got a technically 18 on perception.
I got a 10 for Arcana.
Alright, Dante, with your Arcana check of 10, you're able to determine that the door does not open by any particular word. However, there has to be something to do with the images. The eyes, maybe, or the teeth. Maybe there's something you have to press, or maybe, thud or draw a sigil on.
Do you know how to open this door? You're a thief. You should know how to open any door, right?
I don't know how to open every door that we come across. This one doesn't have a lock on it.
Okay, with your perception check, you're able to determine this, that the iron used is specifically not fey. It's almost like whoever crafted it deliberately wanted to make sure that if any fey were to come near it, they would either disintegrate or just looking at the door would terrorize them into insanity. However, that being said, you're able to also determine that there is some sort of glyph or res or embossing on the eyes that looks like the eyes on both of the demons might be the buttons that you need to press to open the door.
All right. Did I see any like cracks in the door or anything to be able to try to get a look at what's on the other side?
Unfortunately, you weren't able to see on the other side of the door. It seems even the wood is fake. Well, at least put on top of whatever iron is surrounding this whole hull or far end of the ship.
This door seems made specifically anti-fey, I'd assume.
That being
I
said,
think I know how to
what's
open it, but I
going
don't
on
wanna
over
tell
there
you.
with our dear friends Mad Dwarf King, who's playing Oozey, and Soda, who's playing Percival?
If you don't
I
mind me
believe. Oh.
asking, you said that you were somehow able to break that trance you were under. Do you, by any chance, know how?
Not in the slightest.
Do you at least know who bound you?
That's sort of the questions that I asked. Oh, wait, this is information. Oh dear. I'm missing a lot of lore. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Meanwhile, back at the demon door, what's Ikki and our dear friend Dante doing?
I think I know how to open the door, but I'm scared to tell you.
I'm gonna get it out of these. So you're either going to help me, or I'm going to force that out of you. So
Fine. I don't want to get hurt, especially if something is bad on the other side. It's the eyes.
okay, open it. Not gonna lie, push to talk is really kind of irritating me. I'll
I'm
just
not
mute
gonna
my mic.
I'm not gonna open it for you. For all I know, it could disintegrate me if I touched it.
Are you a fae?
I don't know what I am. Either
While
way.
Ikki and Dante discuss their species, Cora, you're at top of rounds on top of deck.
Yes, indeed. I'm very nervous. Okay, so he's been pushed. I'm profusely bleeding from my ear, and he is one step closer to tumbling off. Now, my thinking very quickly. My thinking is that at this point he might be slightly too powerful to keep around. Um, but whatever happens, happens. But with that being said, I would like to attempt to shove this gentleman.
Excellent. I love all of this. However, roll me a perception check.
Okay, 1 second. Perception. Here we are. 21.
That being said is this. As you study the battlefield, your eyes are keen to match the speed and the velocity, and the weather seems to be quite nice, especially as the sun begins to set. The fog has almost completely vanished, and you have seen something else completely astonishing. His skin. Well, his skin is... Well, it seems as though it's turning a different shade of green. And you have noticed something else peculiar. Behind his ears, there are, well, markings that are appearing, like gills.
Like gills.
Yes.
Now you definitely don't want to push him off.
Right. Well, I guess not. So that's not what I hoped for. Oh well. I guess I'll have to swipe at him a time or two. Or actually, probably more ideally, I would want to attempt to grapple him so that my other friend can put some damage in on him. So I'm going to try to grapple as my first. I'm going to replace the attack action with the grappling attack.
All right, roll to hit.
Which I believe rolled hit. Okay. So then that is. And then to maintain that, what is it? It's athletics, right? That's
Yeah, if they try to resist at some point, if they try to like break it, I usually give you an athletics to try and retort.
okay. So the first one failed. I'm going to use my second attack to try and grapple as well. Let's hope this one goes better. It does not. I'm not having a very good day, and it's not registering the result for some reason. Oh no, it did 9. So I failed both.
That being said is this. You ready for it, darling?
What?
He tries to struggle. Unfortunately, he can't resist the temptation of falling asleep, and he seems to have rolled so poorly that you still have complete control over him, even though he seems to be swaying back and forth. So, you have advantage on your next roll on your next turn.
Okay, so I do grab him then.
Oh, yes. I don't think you ever broke grapple to begin with, darling. After you had him, like, the strings in your fists, you were grappling him the whole time from what I remember, so there hasn't been a moment where you broke grapple, and the 2 rolls that you rolled were the 2 rolls that I tried to roll, and it didn't matter because he failed everything. So you're still grappled with him, so technically, if you want, I will allow you to do a skill check as a bonus action.
A skill check to do what?
Anything you could think of, like maybe if you do want to try and athletics him off the side, or try and lasso him further with sleight of hand, or if there's something you want to help Damien with, because I'm sure Damien on their next turn is going to start casting the ritual. I'm sure.
I would like to utilize the length of rope that I have at my side to bind him.
Bring him closer to us so he doesn't fall off.
Say again?
Bring him closer to us so he
Right,
doesn't
no,
fall off.
definitely. I'm shifting him from off of the side, and then I'm just doing my little whatever maritime knots they taught me in the capacity of being cannon fodder / servant person, menial labor person. I am utilizing my maritime knowledge to make those knots.
Well, it was the great academy of the Imperial Frontliners. You remember that very well. You went to class. The sergeant's name was, what's their name?
The sergeant's name was that I don't actually have that prepared.
Well, no problem. Let's roll history.
Yes, let's roll history. Rolling. This is actually really good for me. 22.
That being said, is this? You remember his name was Percival. What was his name?
Galahad.
Oh yes, Sergeant Galahad of the Helesians. Don't ask me to spell that. That being said, is this? He was a cruise line director, and he taught you the maritime knots more specifically. Now, my question is, what did you roll for that history check? Was it a 22?
Yes, it was.
Fantastic. You tie that maritime knot through and through, and you're able to place it in such a way that he seems to be, well, there is a small grate that leads to a cargo hold, and you're able to tighten it in such a way that every time he tries to move or sway, it tightens the ropes closer to the wood, you see, and thus might be cutting off circulation eventually, but that's nothing you have to worry about because he will have to pass an athletics check of 22 or higher in order to break your current grapple. But you are currently no longer grappled, so currently he is captured.
A self-tightening knot. Now that is the most clever thing I ever did see. I am also still bleeding. Fantastic success aside, I am still bleeding from my ear. Probably ruining my delightful outfit in the process, sadly.
You are currently out of initiative. Damien, what are you doing, darling?
I'm gonna go to the middle and start setting up for the ritual.
Roll me Arcana.
What is it you're doing anyway, Damien? You're
22. Yeah, I got a 22.
Damien, do you want to describe exactly what it is that you're doing, and then I'll fill in the blanks,
Sure.
if there are any.
So I take out some chalk and some candles, set the candles up in like a star, then draw around the candles with the chalk for the ritual. And then I'm gonna put the guy in the middle, laying down, and light the candles.
That being said, is this? You see all this, Cora. Do you want to roll religion, arcana, history, or just have a moment with Damien?
I think. I mean, do I think that. Does Cora think that she can help?
Oh, yes, you can provide aid. Of course, roll arcana.
Oh, yes, but by all means, I will do that. Oh, and I'm proficient too. Hooray. That is a nat 20. Goddamn. 28.
With that, we're going to take a 15-minute break while I crack my smile from my face. Y'all gonna do some really evil shit up there, guys. Be prepared.
That
I need some
was
water.
so intense. That was no regular old man. 11
You have the
damage.
lucky feet.
Mind if I leave to go and grab? So remember that orzo salad I was talking about?
Oh my god, Bay, I thought you grabbed it this whole time.
Yeah, you have to leave it in the fridge so the flavor mixes.
How cute.
It's real fun, but I might need a little background info, but otherwise my sheet is finished. Should be finished. I don't think a lot of my features mix though. I'll
Oh,
figure it out.
well, the thing is, too, is by next week, if you want to re-edit everything, go for it. Because I did that with everybody. Like, their first week here, their second week, they were able to rework their whole character if they wanted to. Even your backstory. And if you want to, like, completely wipe your character out and then put it back together again, you can do that also.
Will do. All right. I will be right back.
And if you need to,
If you what?
I was about to say, and if he needs help with like with his character or anything, don't be afraid to ask for help with any of us for like helping with like blending features, that type of thing.
Oh, for sure. And I take full advantage of this 15 minutes. Like, so if y'all need to do anything or have any questions, go for it.
I'm
I'm
very
just gonna-
scared.
I am too.
I'll just say this now. I'm going to quiz him so hard on that necklace to see what I can glean from it. Because I have a current running theory. Just from the little information that we've gained from him in the current timeline of the event.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Because here's what I'm thinking currently. He said he was bound to a vampire on the ship. We killed all of them, and all of a sudden, he's no longer bound. I'm thinking if we kill like whoever the person is bound to, they are released from being bound. So most likely, if we kill whoever crafted the necklaces, that could mean the same thing, since it seems that all these necklaces are connected, most likely to that vampire that we saw when we put on the tiaras, or the crowns, or whatever they are.
Yeah.
So if we can kill him, most likely we can make it so anybody else under the effects of this are just free.
Okay.
That's
so
my current running theory.
I need to interject something for a moment to Cora. Cora went to mute. We'll be back. Okay, so J.K. Rowling's. When we get back, I'm going to answer a lot of questions for everybody because there's a lot of questions about the story, which Miss Cora's scene is going to, I think, answer a lot of them. Matt Dwarf King?
Yeah.
Did you figure out how to throw people?
I took that feat, if that's what you're asking.
Excellent.
And you said that until I took the feat, we'd just be treating it as a improvised weapon. So now that I have that feat, are we just going to treat it as the same thing, or what's the plan?
So we're going to treat it as we've been doing, but from what I can gather, with that feat now, as long as they are grappled with one hand, you can now throw them. Period. So from my
Fun.
understanding, if you throw them, you can use an attack to do so, and it will deal unarmed damage when they land.
Ooh, fun.
Hi,
I
I'm
think-
back.
Hey, Cora, so we're gonna start your scene at the, like, when we come back, you're gonna be on point because your scene's gonna answer a lot of questions for a lot of players. Now, all the information I'm going to give you is going to be just for your character. However, no one should be using out of character. If we do, we'll stumble upon that as we have to. So it'll be up to you how you want to divulge that. There may be some things that I will send you directly that will be genuinely just yours if you choose to give it.
Sounds good.
And I'm going to need your deity information as well as your alignment. So I'm going to go spy at your character sheet right now. If you don't have a deity specifically, let me know what you gravitate towards, and I'm going to have to throw some options to you.
Okay, so my alignment is chaotic good. I don't have a deity though.
Okay, cool. So do you more like more crafty? Do you want to be more like magic or more practical, I guess?
Probably more magic. I'm sorting out my spells, but magic definitely.
I hear the piano playing in the background. Okay. See, okay. I'm not scared about this next question.
Oh dear.
Okay. So, okay. Like when you say magic, okay. So do you mean like unicorns and fairy dust or do you mean um like like dead blood
Warhammer 40K.
and what's under my fingernails, whatever is the last person I just buried vibes?
Probably the second one. Very heavy into blood magic and the like.
Okay.
Why are all of us practicing blood magic?
I figured it was on brand since I'm like a half-blooded vampire. That was formerly part of the covenant. So you all judiciously dispatched them.
Okay, Damien.
I know a little bit of blood magic.
Which I'm very grateful for. Thank you again for that. They were the worst.
And so I return. Wretched as I may be, but me nonetheless. What's up, people? I do need a little bit of background information if we're still on the 15-minute.
Yes.
Yeah, we are. This whole time, Damien's been trying to do some sort of ritual. We don't know what it is. We just know that it's very bad, and he did it.
Yep.
Well, not yet.
Okay, fine. He's doing it.
Also, Damien's a plasmoid. Don't forget that for like until
So
his
am I,
next
yeah.
long rest.
So I forgot about it the first time. Like when I first introduced
Yeah,
myself.
you're an
but-
amber colored one, and then Damien was like purple.
Yeah, so in the last game, Mad Dwarf King found a way to turn us into plasmoids temporarily. So for a little bit,
If he was,
me and Damien are
if he
also
was a
slime.
subject,
Mm.
Plus, since I have a lucky fee, I can just re-roll my rolls, so I don't mess up this ritual.
Oh yeah, also I pulled the Fool card from a deck of many things, and now I have disadvantage on all of my rolls for the next 3 days. So that's fun.
so that's gonna be like 2 or 3 months of gameplay.
I hope that there's like a small time skip soon.
DM, did you have any character questions?
No, because I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with Cora and Damien, because there's gonna be a lot of stuff that's gonna go on top deck, and then we're gonna go back down to bottom deck while they figure out what their next moves are.
Mm-hmm. I'll be entirely forthcoming.
I have to go.
I'm gonna go
pee.
grab seconds, bro. I like this. This is so good. I'll be right back. Feel free to start without me.
Also, Pigeon, I'm not touching that door. You can open it yourself. I don't know what's gonna happen if I touch it.
You're freaking, you're a nerd. So I thought you were gonna start complaining about your fool's card and losing a damn castle. I was gonna freak out again.
Cora,
Freaking castle.
What?
Yeah, that door is about as much bad juju as Damien.
Yeah, I don't want to touch that. You can open it yourself. I've got a feeling it's gonna do something. This is not based off of any evidence. I just have a feeling.
Our evidence is what the door looks like. And the fact that that thing's fade proof. That's your evidence.
I'm finally getting to do my first sacrifice.
Oh boy. First.
Yeah.
Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne.
Plus, once I get powerful enough, I could bestow power onto all of you.
I don't want your
Please,
power.
no. Neither do I. My character doesn't want power. They want revenge.
Okay, we're gonna
Okay,
start
then,
in about 2 minutes ish.
Dwarf, tell me then, do you want to get your revenge easily or hard?
I want to work for it.
I thought you DM. DM.
Noted, you're on my list. So basically, as soon as I respond to you and clear up that convo, then we should be able to continue forward.
Yep. Just again, I want to make sure. So everything goes smoothly.
I
As
am
a combo.
I am dittoing that right now on this end. I am trying not to break anything right now. For those of you who would like to follow along for the next 5 to 10 minutes, I'm going to drop some links for you.
Understood.
Let the theory crafting begin.
That being said is this. Since we're out of rounds, I will discuss thus. Here is Cora. You go around and make sure that each candle is lit. You applaud your dear companion's results, as you were taught by the highest academics of which order?
The Order of the White Rose.
The White Rose. How delightful. Now, were they speaking abyssal or were they speaking infernal when they taught?
Abyssal.
Excellent. High or low?
Low.
And remind me again, did you take the staff or the rapier?
I took the greatsword.
Exactly. Unfortunately. Now, dearest, what species were you before the great turn?
Human. Simply, unremarkably human.
Even better. All right. here we are. Dearest Damien,
Yeah.
you notice your new companion going around and checking your work. You notice their approval as they take your shoulder, and you both begin to cast your magic spells. Damien, do you recite incantations or go into a trance?
Recite incantation.
Please note that on your character sheet, somewhere, ritual. Okay. Prepare for things to get intriguing at the door. That being said, is
no.
also this. My dearest Cora,
Hmm.
same question.
As in,
Well, let's put it this way. Remember how, like in Hocus Pocus, they go,
yes.
okay. We can't do that specifically, but what would be yours? Like incantation, or would you go into a trance first? Unless you had a third different option.
I would recite an incantation, most certainly.
Okay, the reason why we're specifying because this is the first time you two have ever been caught on camera conjuring the Dark One.
Oh dear.
Suddenly, the arcane sigils begin to burst with bubbles, and it's almost like hellfire cracks onto the deck. You notice it splatters like lava upon that shoulder of a Shaw and burns straight to his shoulder. His arm is large. However, though it seems to be turning green, his skin is unharmed, almost as though it's singeing, but not causing any scars. Both of you, roll me a medicine or nature immediately.
$17 for
Nat,
nature.
nat 20, 25.
Cora,
Hmm.
high or low?
I think I'll go high this time.
The sea begins to bash against the side of the ship, and you lose your footing, all of you, for just a moment. Everyone, roll me a dexterity save immediately.
Shit. Shit.
Every soul.
Everyone.
I'll use my lucky dice.
Damien, I'm going to kill you.
I got 11.
17.
I got 21.
I got a 19.
A saving throw is not an ability check, correct?
Wait,
No.
it is?
No, the saving throw is like a separate thing on the left side.
Right, so
Of,
it's not an ability check. Great. 18.
And 18. Those of you who rolled 10 or lower, say aye.
No one. Okay.
Thankfully, you all keep your footing and none of you fall prone as the ship begins to sway from side to side. Could it be a tidal wave or could it just be an arcane burst of energy hitting the hull of the ship? We'll find out shortly. Ikki, however, you notice something strange about the door as you stare at it. The demon's eyes begin to blink. Dante, you notice the same, and both of you. What do you do next?
Where's Damien?
What did he do? Why is he alone? Why did we leave him off alone? Why is he alone?
I don't know. I don't think this is very good though. I'm gonna like pull out my gun and just be holding it.
Still want to open the door.
Something tells me it's gonna
Not
open
this-
on its own. Look at the eyes; they're moving by themselves.
Percival and Oozey, both of you roll me perception checks.
On it.
23.
7.
That being said is this. Due to the fact that we had some moments that we had to retract some statements and re-correspond them back again, I will privilege both of you exactly 3 minutes of roleplay time before shit hits the fan in the barracks.
Fuck.
Now,
right,
unbeknownst to
you're gonna need to
Percival
come
and
with me.
Oozey, they don't know that the other two are rolling upstairs right now to cast an arcane spell that's going to gnarly tear the ship apart and or save them into freedom. We'll find out shortly, as Percival is currently being interrogated by Oozey.
So, do you remember what vampire you were bound to by any chance?
It's, well, it comes back in waves, but Demon, I believe, was her status, and they were twins? Bia and T. Yes, Bia and T, the twins.
Okay. Do you mind telling me when you broke free of their control? Like, compared to now, like, was it 30 minutes ago, an hour ago? How long ago was it?
Yes, before we met, I think is when I.
Right. That confirms a couple of suspicions. We should probably go and see what the others are doing. It's probably not smart for us to be separated for this long.
I agree, although I doubt anyone has any trust or faith.
Oh, you never told us your name, by the way.
It's Percival. It's Percival.
Nice to meet you. The name's Oozey. I'm going to gesture my hand out towards him as if like there's just goop just kind of sliding off of it.
I'm going to elect to not shake your hand, but know that I wish I could.
I'd be offended, but I totally understand why. Let's go find the others. I have a hunch on where they might be. About 2 places I can think of.
Let's.
The door slams behind you, Percival, with a force you feel in your shoulders. Roll me a con save.
Now that I can do. The 25.
You shrug your shoulders and continue forward.
As
Dante,
you guys
what are you doing over here?
as you guys approach, you see me. I'm like pointing my gun at the door, and I just turn to you guys, and I'm like, "You guys didn't touch anything, did you?"
No, we did not.
I think I may have found out the secret behind the necklaces.
I think our blood magic crazed friend may have done something. He disappeared, and now suddenly the ship's shaking, and this door is activated.
Damien,
So run the hell out of Dodge.
I'm not sure. I don't know what's better, to fight or to flee.
Cora,
Mm.
high or low?
Like this. High. I'm feeling high. I'll go high again.
That being said is this. With your astute observation, you're able to glean this. That this bitch just summoned Vecna. And suddenly, a crash against the side of the ship Again, everyone must make a dex save or fall prone.
Dex acrobatics or Dex straight?
Dex save. There should be a button for it.
Dex. Oh yes. That's it.
Fantastic.
19.
15.
Nat 20.
13.
7.
Nat 20.
A nat
Mhm.
20. Receive 1 point of inspiration. Those of you who rolled 10 or lower fall prone and take 10 points of damage.
10? Damn.
Bludgeoning.
Really getting raked over the coals this time. 10 points of damage. I'm so glad I got the tough feat.
Those of you who can see Cora and Ikki, you can see where they took damage, especially on Ikke's beak. It looks like some sort of black liquid or ichor is stuck to them.
I don't like this.
Quickly,
I s-
something to add, unrelated. My sword, canonically, is the one that killed Vecna, like in D&D lore. So, would my sword be like tweaking out?
You'll find out, darling. That being said, is this Cora? You're taking second wind, darling.
That was an accident, but I was gonna
okay.
bonus that, but it was an accident.
Don't forget to remove that from or reassign it so you don't lose it, because it'll automatically remove it.
Yep, I got it.
All right. That being said, is this Cora and Damien? What do you guys do next? That shit is hitting the fan up there on upper deck.
I'm gonna do the sacrifice now. Slit his throat.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
What do I roll for that?
Roll an attack and let me know what weapon you're using.
I'm using a dagger.
No one's
So that's-
stopping her. No one's pulling the knife from her hand. Cora, you want to. All right, well, I'm here for it.
Well,
That's 21.
well, I did get knocked over, so I have to spend my action getting up. I would also probably want to use my second wind. So I am using my action to get up, correct? 'Cause I can't do anything while I'm prone.
No, I think you only take half movement now.
No, okay. Well, that's actually better.
Correctamundo.
That's a 21 hit.
Okay, so so now I have only. Is it round up or round down? For
It's
for
always in
numbers?
favor
Always
of the
round up.
player.
Right. Okay. Okay, so then that would be round up. That would be 18 feet of movement. Okay, fine. So I will definitely use my second wind as a bonus action. So I'm gonna pop that right now. Probably took a quarter health off, but you never can be too safe, right? So I'm gonna pop the second wind now. And I marked it off. So that is 13 damage I'm healing for. I am currently now at 76 out of 84 hit points, so less bleedy. So I'm definitely from my perception, the person who summoned the thing that just smacked the ship around is the subject of the ritual.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm definitely using my movement to go over to him and, to put it somewhat crudely, to stab the shit out of him.
Wouldn't I have a reaction to that?
I would say yes. Unless, well, no, you're directly trying to kill him, and Cora, you're not interfering from what I'm hearing. You're just assisting.
Hell yeah.
Wait, you are? Oh, I thought you were attacking me.
No. I am directly assisting because if I think we need to cut our loss. I mean, it was a great idea. Great idea, I think. But I think we need to cut our losses.
Does a 21 for dagger hit?
Yes.
He's-
And
I think
oh
he's
no,
restrained.
21 dagger. We'll go with yes. We'll go with yes. We'll go with yes.
Okay.
And then what did you have for your attack, Cora?
Oh, I'm going to do my attacks now. So I am. Does an attack count as an ability check?
No, an attack is separate technically.
Okay. Yeah, just trying to make sure. Okay. So I am going to. Where's my broadsword? I'm going to attack with my great sword. 12. That is 18 on the first one. On the second is 13, and on the third, because I'm using my special action thingy, is 9. So 18, 13, and 9 to hit.
All of you roll damage.
For which ones hit?
All but the 9.
All but the 9, and that one grazes, so then that I'll just add the 3 to that, which is
This works.
piercing, so that's 4 plus 5 is 4, 12. Yeah, 12.
I got
12,
a
15.
3.
15 slashing, all in all. She's definitely she's turning her body into it. She's just trying to. Yeah.
And Damien?
I got 3 damage.
That being said, is this as you stab this poor fellow inside of your ritual circle, cards begin to flourish out of his skin up into the air and they whirl all around you. The cards flash with the backgrounds that golds and some arcane sigils and have figures on the other side of it. Both of you, roll me 1d100.
Oh no.
Nice knowing you. That's a D20. That's a D20. Don't do that.
I got a 30.
1 second for that percentile, which I can't find. Oh, here it is. 2. What the fuck? 2.
So we got a 20 and a 2.
I
Yeah.
got a 30.
Oh, 30 and a 2. Okay, I was a little concerned. I was like, those numbers are starting to match. All right, that being said, is this. We go below deck. Back to Oozey, Dante, and Sir Percival.
I stand up and I just say, I swear to every single one of the gods, if I see Damien again, I'm going to disintegrate him.
That's fair. I'm gonna go check something real quick. I have a bad feeling about something.
I'm gonna start moving over towards the room of shadow demons just to check in on the situation. I'll just kind of like peep through, like not fully opening the door.
Wait, don't I have my sigil still on the door?
They are.
Yeah, so they can't get out whatsoever. They're stuck in there.
My character don't know that. Plus, who knows what they could be doing in there?
All right, that being said, is this. What are you all doing below deck? Dante? Ikki?
I'm full tilt sprinting to the top deck. I'm going to throw Damien into the water and yeah.
I don't think
I like that
I would
plan.
exactly follow in
think
the throwing them in the water notion, but I think I'm coming with. And I think I
am
might
also
get roped
running
into
in.
it.
All right, so all of you venture upstairs. You see a collection of things upon which arcane sigils are currently burning and popping with some sort of arcane ichor or lava. That being said, is also this. I do need an additional. I will take an acrobatics or a dex save for the lava that is popping all around the two of you, Cora and Damien. Additionally, my dear fellows now above deck, you see the same figure that had the little shawl and capes. Percival, you may have noticed him wandering in through a porthole or hiding in a shadow. You're not sure who he is exactly. The rest of you aren't sure either, other than he has an evil alignment, and he had apparently gathered some fish for you guys by fishing, those of you with the passive perception of the 13 or higher. The rest of you notice that currently the fog is gone, but it does look like large waves are crashing all around you. The other two look like they're still enchanted by whatever ritual they are in, as they are currently reciting the same things over and over again in Abyssal, and it seems to be also Draconic. You all are welcome to make skill checks of any kind or do anything you would like to do. There is no initiative.
I got a 15.
And you got a
I'm
15 to
gonna.
do what exactly?
Didn't I have to roll acrobatics for
Oh
the
my
Ichor?
gosh, yes, thank you. And Cora, what did you get?
I got a 12.
All right, so you're both fine. The lava hasn't hit you this time.
I'm gonna cast comprehend languages to hear what the hell.
Can you tell me
They're
what
saying.
Go ahead.
Is the dagger in his neck?
No, there's no dagger marks. You do see. Oh, I'm sorry. There are dagger marks. You don't have daggers in his neck unless you want to keep it there and keep swiveling it around. You can just keep doing damage over time. You can do that technically. Yes. Cora, with your astute perception, especially from previous and your rolls thus far, you do receive 1 point of inspiration, and you have noticed their skin start to turn purple.
This
I'm gonna keep it in there.
Damien, who is this? I mean, there's lava and other nonsense. Something just knocked into the ship. What is going on? Who is this?
I guess I might as well tell you what's really going on here. You're
You
not
don't.
helping me unlock something. You're helping me sacrifice something to my patron, the one who shall not be named.
And how does that help me exactly? How does that help
It
us survive
it
whatever
really only helps me.
in doing what? Besides almost get burned to death or getting flung off the side of a ship.
Get more power, obviously.
Oh yes, by putting yourself in mortal danger with forces that you don't even understand. Of course. Mortals. You're all the same.
Nailed it.
Are we within speaking distance?
Oh yes, you can all hear each other.
I go up, like, I reach the top deck, and I'm just pointing my gun at Damien the whole time, and I just yell to to Cora. I'm like, "Who the hells are you, and why are you helping him?"
So at that, she probably flinches and then turns around and says, "Wait, who has guns? Who has weapons drawn?"
It is me, Ikki, the Aarakocra, who's temporarily also made of slime.
And Dante, who
I believe I do as well.
And by gun, I mean it's a musket. It's a topaz annihilator, but it's a musket.
Okay. So is
If I
anything
do a spell
I
to
just have my
suspend,
fist raised.
Wait, so is anything pointing directly at Cora is what I'm asking.
No, I'm pointing it at Damien, because I know he's gonna cause issues.
Evil.
Right.
Evil Knievel.
I
Yeah,
kind
It's
of
this
assume that
concentration.
I kind of just assume that you've been roped into it.
Right. Whoa. Well, I guess I should go on and say it. You know those vampires you killed?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't like them either.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was, well, not anymore because they're all quite dead. And again, thank you for that. I was a member of their coven, unfortunately. And that's all you really need to know. Now I'm here and I'm trying to find a way off this God's forsaken ship so that I might go my own way and not end up like them, obviously.
Right. And you're doing that by helping this man summon whatever dark god he's pledged fealty to.
You didn't say anything about a dark god.
I
You
did.
said-
I just told you.
You did not.
I revealed my whole plan to you.
No, you did not. You said something very vague.
I said sacrifice this guy for my patron,
You said
which
that you were
is the
going to
dark
help us
god.
get to Waterdeep. We could have just kicked him off the edge of the boat, and that would have been the end of our problems. But no,
I
you had
lied.
to go fucking with the occult. That almost got
I
us
am
thrown
the
off.
occult.
That almost got us thrown off the ship. Thank you very much. Anyway, I'm done talking to you. So, yeah, I didn't really like them either. Well, because I'm not full-blooded or whatever the fuck they said.
22.
They didn't really treat me all that well. So, to say it the least. So, I was looking for a way out, and here you come traipsing onto the ship, and you give me the out. I had to hide so I didn't end up among the pile of bodies, but hey.
Cora,
Yes.
roll me history.
Yes, history. History, that is my forte, thankfully. Nat 2028.
As you begin to speak about your history, you remember a moment where you sat next to a large window staring out amongst the large green fields of your homeland. Do you remember the name of it?
The name of my homeland?
Yes.
Alandria.
The great land of Alandria. It spiraled for miles from your view. The mountains crescent it in such a way that your father had built a large line of fortresses across, so no one dared to enter. However, you remember that night when the vampires came from the darkness. High or low?
I'll go low.
Upon your great sword is a sigil of your family. That being said is also this. It is a family heirloom, and as you attune with it, so too do the abilities grow.
Duly noted. I will put that in my notes.
Those of you who rolled 15 or higher on your perception check can see something deeper, darker, scarier in the horizon than just the crashing waves. You see a ship that looks awfully familiar. Almost a mirror image of the one you were on, however slightly smaller. It is the third of the spine from Foul Fang Port.
Hey, get to the helm.
I don't think I'll be do very good at driving at the moment. I
Oh,
just still have.
fuck.
I'm still fooled.
Percival just evaporated.
So what do I see? Like, what is Damien doing at the moment?
I'm not sure what Damien's doing at the moment. The two of them are currently in a ritual that is not fired off completely.
I have an idea. I have an idea.
I
I'm
have
gonna
a
try
better
stabbing
idea.
its neck
Excuse
again.
me.
Give me just a moment. I'm trying to find a ship deck for you guys because the original one I wasn't in love with, and I did not expect this to take off tonight. So, that being said, is this? Go with this one.
Can I tell you what I'm going to try to do?
What?
I already rolled it. I'm going to attempt to throw my dagger like at one of the lines in the sigil to attempt to break the sigil enough to hopefully break the whatever is going on.
And what if
Better
something
idea.
bad or something worse happens?
Better idea. I'm shooting Damien.
You know that only works for
Let's do
one
both.
long rest every time.
Yeah, and we
When we're
long
gonna be
rested.
fighting some people.
And we long rested. Also, I can just shoot you normally. I don't even have to disintegrate you. But I have long rested.
Anywho, Verve, can I do that?
I would say yes. That would be fine. But give me a moment to get caught up because Soto just texted me also. Oh, I need to fix a few. Apparently, Soda had to go because of some health issues, so I'll wish him well. And I'm going to get a new map on deck for you guys so you have some places to move around. It's really just there to facilitate like places on the ship in case things do happen with that Horizon ship. I'll be updating that shortly. And if everyone can roll Gambit, because if everyone wants to do different actions, I'm going to have to like go through each one of your scenes. So roll Gambit if you can now, and then we'll figure out who is at the top of that list.
$27.
22.
16.
I have 22.
All right, 22, 27. Who had 27? Was that Matt Dwarf?
I mean, yeah.
All right, so
And with the dagger throw, I rolled a 24.
okay, and you're trying to strike at Damien?
No, I'm trying to hit one of the lines on the sigil to attempt to like break at least a part of the circle to see if it's enough to like stop whatever ritual is going on.
Okay, and are you trying to use a magical dagger or a mundane weapon?
It's just a regular dagger.
Okay, you hit, roll damage.
All right. See here, let me double check the damage on it. That would be 7 piercing damage. And as I throw it, I'm just gonna yell, Cora, give me your accuracy for you, as I throw out the dagger.
Okay. You notice nothing different, unfortunately.
It was an attempt.
Dante, Ikki, Cora.
It's
Yes.
Dante next.
All right, Dante.
I'm gonna kick Damien. I'm just gonna kick him. Like, yeah.
All right, and Cora,
It's
do
in
you?
18.
I mean, you watch him walk up. I'm assuming you allow that to go through. Sorry, we're doing PvP. I wasn't expecting this today, but Damien
Neither
decided
did
to
I.
be a thing. What's that?
I said neither did I.
Yeah.
Um, mm,
All right. Okay. So, you strike Damien, roll damage, and Damien roll a concentration save or concentration check.
Oh,
It's just
which one is that?
6 straight damage.
Roll a con save.
$14.
Unfortunately, you do not save, and the spell falls apart. As it does, the waters return to normal. However, the ship still stays in the horizon. Cora, you can add a +2 to any one of your abilities, and Damien, you have the effects of the full card for the rest of the, 3 days, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank
Okay.
you, Dante. Thank you.
What were you
for that.
doing? Getting us killed? What are you doing?
The ritual was a success. Was about to be a success.
Shut up.
For
I just had to
you,
wait a
literally
little
for
longer.
you.
We had to
Only
just
for
wait a little
you.
longer.
Damien. Damien? Look at me.
You're selfish.
If
You're just
you
selfish.
Damien,
ever,
you're
if
stupid.
Damien, if you ever put my life at risk again over some bullshit like that, it will be the last thing that you do.
DM, do you have any inspiration points?
All right, now, that being said, is this. I am curious about one thing. I'm not a fan, but if we need to go in this direction, we can. How are we doing with PvP currently against everyone? I agree with Cora.
vampires? Like
Yeah, the ones that you killed.
Okay.
Again, thank you so much for
Good.
that.
Who else would it be?
Okay. I don't know. We have freaking crazy over here who keeps trying to summon this guy, this lich. All right. So I don't
Oh
know.
yeah. Uh, unwilling bystander. Do you know who it was? You said you know who it was he was trying to summon. Are you able to tell us without getting us killed in the process?
I'm sorry, who was he talking to?
He was talking to you. No, I said that out of character. I'm just saying. I that was out of character.
Okay.
Like I
I'll
know.
say I said
well,
that in character.
Yeah, but when I said that out of character.
I could just tell you guys who I'm trying to summon, and it
Only
won't
do
backfire
that.
because
Okay.
I'm the one summoning it.
Does it even matter? Whatever it is not good. So don't. Don't bother.
Another word from your mouth and I will shoot it, Damien.
As you probably should. And again,
I mean,
I feel like we should just tie him up.
we could test how long he could hold his breath.
Can we just
I have
not
the
do
spell.
that?
I have a spell for that.
Can
Water
we just tie
breathing.
him up?
can we
Can we-
just tie him up and figure out what to do with him later? So that he doesn't summon any
I'm fine
more
with that.
leviathans or liches or world-ending fucking aberrant monsters or whatever else he can pull out of his bag of tricks. Please?
I agree.
You
We
just
should
gave
tie
me an
him up.
idea.
Oh my god.
Here, I even have a spare bit of rope left.
Cora, roll sleight of hand.
Yes, I will. Sorry, 1 second. What's next? I don't know why it went back into character creator. That's weird. You said sleight of hand?
Yes.
All right, sleight of hand.
So I'm just
Let me
gonna say
know-
something right now. I'm going to assume that rope probably isn't gonna work.
Probably, but it's all I have. So, I do have a 15. Let me know if it passes or fails first, and then I might be able to do an inspiration thing after.
High or low?
Hi. Also, I'm asking because if it fails, I'm going to add the wind to see if it passes after that.
Is it high?
Yes.
You're able to fasten it to the tightening knot. However, it is not like the tightening knot, though it is a 15 if they do try to wiggle away.
Duly noted. Look, I
Okay, just
tried
to be entirely fair to everybody here, remember he's a plasmoid. Ropes aren't really gonna work. He can turn into a puddle.
Well, it's either that or run him through and through. So I tried the nice option first.
Or you can put him in a bottle.
Wouldn't have to go in the bottle willingly.
Will you stop being such a smartass and just quit it?
Those of you with a passive perception of 13 or higher say aye.
I
I
You hush.
Those of you, Cora and Mad Dwarf King Oozey, both of you receive a point of inspiration.
What?
what?
I'm
That-
scared.
Whatever.
Now, back to the perceptions. Those of you who have a passive perception of 13 or higher see a small flash go off above the ship against the horizon. Cora, unfortunately, I think your directions are too turned over to Damien and making sure that rope's gonna last.
Ikki, go and man the helm. We need somebody to do it right now.
All right. If he tries anything, kill him.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm
How
gonna
far
go
away is that other ship?
3 miles. It's just crested the horizon.
Damn it! If it was just
Um,
1 mile.
Shut up.
I'm gonna go downstairs and I'm going to flip the lever that controls the steam engines to forward. Remember,
And
we
I'm
have
getting
steam
on the wheel.
engines. Full steam ahead. Well,
Those of you taking the helm, please roll survival or some sort of sailing skill. And dearest Cora, what were you doing?
Sorry, sorry, was that? No, the last thing I did is that I tied him up, and I guess I have my hand on the blade in case he tries anything.
Okay, now my
18.
question would be, do you have the blade to his neck?
Most certainly.
Excellent. Now, you will receive advantage if you choose to attack, and I will consider it a coup de grace, which means you'll get ×3 the damage. Damien, you're on watch for the rest
Yeah.
of the game. You pull any shenanigans with any evil doings of any kind, I'm going to shove those arcane cards right up you know where, darling.
I really don't want to. I really don't want to. I really don't. Legitimately. Cora probably does, but I don't.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
no,
what
look.
is my vulture doing right now? Is it just watching this happen?
It's currently circling around the bird's nest, you know, above, and currently eyeing you, darling. You don't need a handle animal to figure that one out. Now, darling, Damien, I will allow you an action, but I duly suggest you take Cora's direction and do not try and wiggle out. Do you choose to use a skill of some kind to figure out what sort of flare that was?
I'll roll investigation for it.
Excellent. Oozey, what are you currently doing?
Dude. I'm just kind of like watching over him as well, just ready to use my tattoo at a moment's notice. Because as far as I'm concerned, that's the only thing that can really hold him down for any certain amount of time once he figures it out.
I got a 19.
Oozey, roll me investigation. Dante, what are you doing?
I got a 20 to turn on the engines.
Excellent. You are currently below deck, correct?
Yes.
Cool. So I think what I'll do then is I'll keep the 3D map up there just to represent that the majority of the party is above deck, and then I'll turn the 2D map to you, because there might be things that might be happening soon. That being said, is also this. What did you get for your naval skill, our dear Captain Ikki?
I got an 18.
An 18, a jolly good roll as you sail the seas. That being said, you're able to aim it in any direction you choose. Do you choose to go away from the big scary thing against the horizon, or do you choose to go aiming towards it?
Away.
Excellent. That being said is also this. Dante, as you peer at the gears, you're not sure exactly which one it is, but you know the lever is right in front. It says neutral, stop, and forward.
Full steam ahead.
You pull the levers, and the steam rises. The cranks creak, and the gears, well, they do their thing. And suddenly the ship is off in such a way that you narrowly see that small ship against the horizon disappear. However, the force of the jolt is quite severe, and you will all have to make a dexterity save, a DC 10, to keep your footing. Even you, Damien.
I got a 1.
Don't forget the
Sorry,
effects
Ikki.
of Fool.
I'm gonna
I got a
use
12.
lucky point.
18.
My bad, gang.
I got a 6.
Damien, you fall collision first onto the grate under you somehow. And Cora, I need you to roll me a sleight of hand so you don't lose yourself in a moment.
Yes, sleight of hand. Of course. That would be 16. Let me know if it passes or fails, because then I might be able to add my second wind.
With the 16, you're able to control your hand, and you could slit the side of her neck if you chose. Or their neck, I'm sorry.
I could, as in right now, just...
Correct, with ×3 damage, and it would look like an accident unless someone really investigated.
Cora doesn't have any qualms with that. However, out of character, I probably would not want to do that without conferring with my fellow party members. What do we think? Kill him? Not kill him?
I mean,
I really
Well-
don't want to. I really don't want to.
as
I'm
a
just
While that evil voice in the back of my head says, "Chop his head off," don't.
yeah,
because
I feel like
it's
this would
sort of
be
interesting.
a little sad way for him to die.
Are we
If
about
we're
to
gonna
fight some
kill him,
enemies?
Hmm?
we don't know. If we're about to, if he's gonna be killed by us at all, it's got to be in a cool way.
Yeah. you don't want it to just
Yeah.
be unceremonious, right? But
Yeah.
again, if he does anything funny, but for right now, I think we need to give him the benefit of the doubt. So no, I might just, you know what? I'm not gonna coup de grace. I'm just gonna poke him a little bit to fuck with him. But I'm not gonna go for the kill shot.
Wait, aren't I made out of liquid? How would that work?
It's like a semi-solid. I don't know. Uzi's gotten
Yeah.
stabbed before.
Yeah.
Cora,
Allies stab through me, enemies stab me. It's a whole thing.
I'm not doing it through and through. I'm just doing a little, and then
Cora, I have a question for you.
yes,
Your father was a king, if I'm not mistaken,
I believe so.
and your
Of-
mother a
of-
great queen, a lady of her time.
Before I was kidnapped. I mean, they probably still were or are, but I was kidnapped, so I don't know anything about them. After a certain time.
That being said, is this. Roll me history again.
History, yes. I did a switcheroo with my intelligence, so it's not quite as good, but it should suffice. 14. Does a 14 suffice?
Fantastic. That being said, is this. When you were kidnapped, you learned a thing or two about how to slide your hand from left to right and see things through. Write down Assassin, level 1.
Assassin level 1, you got it.
Now, dearest Damien, I heart you, and I need you to write down on your character sheet, Summoner, level 1.
Okay.
And,
What does it
Ikki,
do?
I need a naval check from you, please.
I did roll a 1 on that dexterity save as well. Just saying that. But for the survival, I got 18.
High or low?
High.
The jolt knocks you prone, but thankfully you're able to steer the ship safely away from the small, now almost near, not even present, ship in the distance.
I want to try something really quick. I'm going to walk up to Damien, pulling a boulder out of my strangely specific bag of holding. I'm gonna bash it over his head and attempt to knock him out. I have an idea.
As
Oh.
you
I got some information that could change that.
shut up.
Shut it.
Or I'll
Do you want to
take
hear it? It's about the other ship.
Shut up.
It could
Or-
save us.
Hush.
Okay.
I don't care. You're a bigger threat than anything else right now.
Oh, I'm not the biggest
Elder
threat right
seems
now.
like it's an average Tuesday. Now hush before I make you hush permanently.
Can I take a moment? What is with summoning, what did you say? Eldritch gods? Like it's an average Tuesday? I fucking love that.
Yes.
Eldritch gods, you say? Now wait a minute.
Oh, I needed a moment. Okay, sorry, back in scene. Yes.
Oh yeah, since I have awakened mind and I'm still linked to Ikki, I'll just say to him through my mind. the information I got.
And what is that?
You must DM him, Damien. Don't say it in character, please. I heart you. BT dubs. Our dearest friend Dante, you're currently below deck, correct?
Well, now, yes, I am below deck.
And you're alone, correct?
Yes, unfortunately.
The shadows seem to be dimming upwards as the sun behind you seems to be going beyond the horizon. The jolt did not affect you as much as it did your captain. Then suddenly, for just a moment, you see a shadow move. At least you think you do.
Ikki, did you get my text?
Yes, I did.
You know, well, I'm not going to raise my sword because if I take it out of the scabbard, I have to hurt something within a minute. So I'm just gonna like slowly like walk around the corner with like my shield up, kind of like blocking my face. I'm like,
Roll investigation.
oof. Okay. You know, I keep rolling in D&D Beyond. I have 3 sets of physical dice right here. I don't know why I keep doing that.
So we all begin to realize we sent the guy below deck that doesn't have dark vision.
Oh, that's
Probably should
fine.
have sent me. I have dark vision.
Also, the guy who will not hesitate to touch the door.
Oh wait, hold up. You're a plasmoid. You have dark vision. 60 feet of it.
No,
Wait,
he's not a
no, that's-
plasmoid.
No,
No, he's not.
I forgot. I forgot for a second, okay?
I know
I'm
you're a
dumb.
Plasmoid. I know booger.
Dante, you hear a large thud coming from beyond the demon door as you try to spy into the shadows exactly what that ripple was. However, you are unsuccessful in gazing into the shadows, but your passive perception is enough to hear the thud. Thud.
I'm gonna like kind of just like look up at the door. And I'm gonna like look at the eyes, and it's just like touch the door, touch the door, touch the door. And I'm going to touch the door.
You're going to touch the door?
Yes.
Roll me
This
religion.
is a bad idea. Hey, I can do that because I don't have a plus in that.
I thought Cora said to not touch the door.
I
Okay, well,
explicitly said that. Well, she
Dante's a little stupid, so.
Even I know to not touch it.
Okay, look.
That's saying something.
I didn't ask for your input, so I got a 12.
So says the one that summoned an eldritch horror.
What did you roll for religion?
12.
Religion. Dante.
12.
Ah, fantastic.
I have physical dice.
That being said, is this your eyes roll to the back of your head, and then suddenly your eyes go white. They begin to glow. You have visions. Sight.
I'm no stranger to that.
You collapse to the ground, lying prone and unconscious. Roll me a wisdom save.
I got an 11. Uh-oh.
You remain unconscious. Meanwhile, back at top of deck, what are you guys all doing?
I'm going to just knock out Damien.
I'm not stopping him.
I respond in speech to that to his telepathic communication. First of all, get out of my head. I don't trust you, but I will keep that in mind.
Is there something I could do to him doing that?
I mean, you, what? To who? AK? You can talk back, I'm assuming.
I meant Oozey.
Try and knock him out with a boulder.
No, I don't think there's much. Boulder wins. I'll allow paper, rock, scissors. So Damien, what you're gonna do is you're gonna tell everybody, and then Mad Dwarf King, you are going to send your answer to me. So paper, rock, scissors. Mad Dwarf King, let me know what you choose, and then Damien, you choose next. All right, and then Damien,
Do you want me to send it to you?
send it to all chat,
Okay.
like game chat, I guess. You smack the shit out of Damien, and you may roll double damage. However, it is not enough to knock them unconscious.
Okay.
I clearly
What if
know.
I really don't want to do damage? I'm trying to do a very specific thing with this.
It's non-bludgeoning damage.
'Cause there's
I'm
only-
keeping a record. It's kind of like temp damage. What's that? Cora?
Okay.
No, I was just saying if I clearly see this, I would probably pitch in. You could also phrase it, I believe there's somewhere in the rules that says, hey, it's non-lethal damage, quote unquote. I don't quote me though, but I distinctly recall that somewhere.
I'm filing it
What should I
as
roll for the damage?
non-lethal.
Non-lethal, right.
What dice should I roll for it?
Just your unarmed strike.
Oh, my unarmed strike. Let's see here. So that would be a. Give me a moment. I'm trying to find my dice.
All
Meanwhile,
right,
we're-
Ikki, I have a
we're-
very important question for you. Cora, what's that?
No, I was just saying we're ranking Damien over the coals a little bit.
I think Damien will be perfectly fine. Trust.
I mean-
9 damage.
After a little headache, he'll be all right.
I mean, I guess I could try to do the thing I want to do with him still conscious. I want to try steal a spell magic focus. Like the thing he has
I'm
to
a
focus on to
warlock.
cast magic.
I'm a warlock. I don't have an arcane focus.
You sure? Because I stole your arcane focus off you before.
It's because warlocks get magic from someone else, so they don't have magic of their own.
I like how you just dropped a boulder on his head and he's acting like nothing happened. You're a
Yeah.
strange bunch, aren't you?
It's like, you know, it's a boulder, yes, but it's more like a stone boulder.
A large rock.
Yeah.
It's
a
not
large
enough to
rock.
take up a road, but it's enough to take up the sidewalk.
Mm.
That being said, is this. We do have our dear friend Damien over there still tied to the figure that is currently quote-unquote unconscious / sleeping thanks to Damien's suggestion. That being said, is also this, Ikki. The important question is, do you go north, south, east, or west?
What direction is the ship? The other ship?
It would be west.
I say like northeast. Or just east if I had to choose one.
Northeast it is. Roll me navigation or naval.
You know what's funny?
God damn it.
Warlocks do need an arcane focus, and you have one.
Since when? Since when?
You have an orb.
I got a 2.
It literally says this: an arcane focus is a bejeweled or carved
I mean,
to channel arcane
technically an
magic.
18.
A sorcerer, warlock, or wizard can use such an item as a spellcasting focus.
Did they change it? Because I remember it used to be they didn't have one.
That being said, is this, Ikki.
Yes.
You notice that the ship hasn't gone any further north or northeast. It still seems to just be heading, well, south. As it stands right now, you know you're probably not on your way towards Waterdeep unless you can get the boat to turn around. However, you think it might have something to do with the propulsion system if you can get Dante to maybe turn it off.
All right. I'll go investigate. I'll go try to tell him to do that.
Who's gonna man the ship while you're gone?
I'll just like yell out to one of them. Can one of you guys hold on to the wheel for a second? I've got to go check on something.
Not me.
I'm just gonna throw a I'm just gonna grab onto my shoulder and just throw a piece of me at the wheel to keep it steady.
Oh wait, can't I do that too? Like a pseudopod?
Since you're a plasmoid, theoretically, yeah. You just take off your wing.
Yeah, can I just like leave a little pseudopod behind and to hold the wheel?
Cora, what were you saying?
No, I was saying. She replied, "Forgive me, I don't have all of the voices to names yet." But she replied to the person who said, "Can somebody man the ship while I'm gone?" She says, "Not me. I'm watching Damien."
And then after she says that, I kind of remember that I am like a plasmoid, and I just kind of go, and just like slowly a little pseudopod just like comes out of my hand.
Well, that's a first.
And I just leave it behind to hold on to the
I
wheel.
told you this would be useful.
It flexes its arms and grabs the wheel, stretching against the, well, helm. Roll athletics for the little guy.
Does the pseudopod need to roll with disadvantage?
I will say no.
It got an 8.
Oh, he's able to keep the helm steady at south. It's a little wobbly, but nothing too crazy. Those of you with a short stomach might feel something in the next hour or two.
Huh?
Dante, what are you doing below deck?
Probably waking up from a hell of a nightmare.
Roll me a wisdom save.
He is still asleep. I got a 10. I got a 10.
You are still unconscious as Ikki finds you in front of the door.
Can I try to wake him up? Like, shake him?
You may.
Do I need to roll anything for that? Or...
He awakens slightly, dazed. His eyes seem to be, well, glowing. White.
Hey, buddy, you alright? You're not gonna try to kill me, are you?
Why would I ever try to do such a thing?
I don't know. You just do when you get like this.
I've never been like this before. I don't know what you're talking about. I imagine he kind of looks like Iron Man right now. There's the helmet.
Just like the white coming from the eyes of the helmet.
Yeah.
Can you stand up?
Without your assistance, yes.
Well, get up. We're gonna need some... we might need some help.
Who the hell is manning the ship?
I don't want to talk about it.
You did the thing. You did the gross thing that he does.
Yes.
Oh, you're disgusting. Don't touch me.
Anyway, we're gonna need to... Wait, so, okay, sorry, DM. What do we... We need to do something with the controls, but like how... What do we need to do exactly?
Well, there is a lever that says neutral, stop, and forward.
You need me to rip it in reverse?
I guess something that was going on with the controls was causing us to go in the wrong direction, so I would say put it in the opposite way.
Alright. Change that, John, to reverse. Hopefully there's no clutch that you need to push in and we explode the gearbox.
Do you put it to stop or neutral?
I thought there was forward, neutral,
And stop.
is stop like reverse or
Yeah,
There is no
what would be the
reverse.
difference? What would be the difference between stop and reverse, or stop and neutral?
There's one way to find out.
I guess
Okay.
put it on stop.
stop? Yeah, I'll put it on stop. It's not my ship, so I don't care.
You hear the gears grind for just a moment, but then everything is fine. And then the ship seems to jolt a bit as the engine stops. Cora, meanwhile, back on deck, roll me a perception or medicine check.
Perception or medicine, you got it. Because you are the boss. And I forgot what tab I was on. Okay. So you said which ones?
You can medicine or perception. I would allow nature or arcana at this point for your character.
Okay. I'll do it. 8. Does that pass or fail? I'm assuming it fails.
Both you and Oozey notice the skin of the figure that is currently sleeping return back to his normal tan hue from before.
Oh shit. 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 Oh, it returns, so he's not mutated anymore.
Correct.
I'd like. Can I just throw him off, please?
Oh my gosh.
Wait,
yes,
hold up. You're
please.
dealing with Damien. Let me do it. You're dealing with Damien. Allow me.
No, he's talking about the old guy.
By all means, you do that. I'm gonna watch Damien, because I swear to God, if he
Yeah.
tries anything, it's over.
And then I'll steal his arcane focus.
Right. So
I'm just gonna yell out, "Please help me! I'll do anything."
if
Just
you
put it out
say
there.
another word, I am going to kick all of your teeth in. Do we?
And you. What do I have to roll to pick the dude up and just throw him overboard?
He's currently attached to a small grate that is in the deck of the ship. You would need to roll a sleight of hand or maybe an acrobatic? I don't know. Anything sleight of hand? Ooh, stealth.
Would it be would it be athletics if I wanted to just brute force it?
She's
Yeah.
monstrous.
Oh, sorry. What's that, Cora?
No, I was just saying she. I said I would watch. I would watch him. So if it doesn't work, I'll jump in. But for now, I'll let you do your thing.
I rolled a 26 on athletics.
Damn.
I'm a grapple build.
You're able to secure a large piece of the cage that's made of wood and then be able to toss him overboard with one final athletics check.
Right. 19.
He goes with a splash into the water as the ship comes to a stop.
I'm gonna thank you all for this.
What was that?
I'm gonna cast
Thank
Misty
you.
Step to get away from them.
Dang it! I literally tried to do something again and again and again, but I kept getting interrupted while trying to do it.
Cora,
For this exact reason.
Now, if I remember correctly, you get to roll advantage.
Yes, and I believe
I
you said.
thought I was thrown or something.
I'm sorry. What's going on?
Cora, what was that?
No. You said something. You said Cora, and then Damien said something. So you were calling me for something. You said that I have advantage, and I believe if the blade is still rested on his neck, which I believe it is, you said triple damage.
I did. You are correct. You may roll it now.
I'll. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Oh, this is not going to be pretty. Okay. So I am going to roll that as I'll probably end up more slogging it. I want to incapacitate him more than anything, but if killing him is more practical, then I'll do that. But great sword attack 1 off, that is a 16, and the other, wait, no. I'm counting that as the advantage. So that is a 28 on the first roll. And on the second roll is 27. So 27 and 28 to hit.
I believe you hit. Roll damage.
Okay. I will do that right now. I'm just going to check and make sure I have all of the damage properly damaged. So heavy weapon. Okay, so
Oh,
then
and
that does.
Cora, you can roll 3 times, or you can roll once and times it by 3. You can make that choice at any time. There's no, like, you have to make that decision before the roll.
I'll just do 1 and then multiply it by 3. Which I'm glad I made that decision. That would be 14, and then 14 plus 14 plus. Wait, I'm confused. So I'm rolling the damage once and then multiplying it by 3.
Correct. And
So
D&D
for the
Beyond should add all the numbers for you, but you can check the math if you tap on the die roll.
Yes. So the thing that I was wondering, since I have the heavy weapon mastery of the great sword, do I add the 3 damage twice? Because for the attacks that I hit, I get an extra 3 damage because I have the mastery. So am I adding that twice to this or only once?
It depends how you are doing the times 3, but I believe because of that, you're gonna add that to the, I would say each one of the 3. Yeah, so you can times that by 3.
Okay. So then I would have on this roll, I would have 14, 14, 20. That would be 60 damage.
Can I have something from my backstory affect this?
That being said, is this, Damien, how much do you have for HP?
27.
Christ almighty. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna kill him because I feel really bad about that. But I'm flipping it into Mordschlag. I'm grabbing it by the blade and I'm just absolutely haymakering the pommel down into his skull. Definitely.
With your
Like good
family's lineage, whether you realize it or not, and your assassin abilities, you're able to choose whether to knock his HP to 0 or 1 just below and cause him to death save.
So it's either death save or the brink of death.
Correct. And technically, he'd be dead if you dealt damage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. No, yeah, he would be
He's a
yeah.
squishy fellow.
So I so it's either 0 and then he does the death saves. So the thing that triggered this is that I think he was trying to do some funny business. So I'm turning my whole body into it for sure.
Wouldn't my Misty Step stop this since it's instantaneous for the duration?
It depends
That
on who hit first, I believe. I'm not
correct.
sure.
So that being said, is this, I will allow you both to roll an initiative between the two of you, and then I will give my final ruling.
Duly noted.
I'll use my last luck point.
Because of course he will. Tactical.
That's nat 20.
I'm not even going to roll. And
Cora,
wait,
if you fail, I'll give you inspiration. Cora, if you fail, I'll give you inspiration.
Wouldn't that be too late then, since he already
Also,
rolled?
it does say in the Fool that all D20 checks are with disadvantage.
It would have just been canceled out then, since I'm using my luck point to give me advantage.
So you would get the 6 then.
Well, I think it's fine. Even if he does escape, I'll just kick the shit out of him anyway. So, yeah.
Damien, roll
Again,
me one
no.
more initiative, and then Cora, please roll yours.
Okay.
Yeah, Cora, I have plenty of inspiration. You
7.
can do this.
Okay. 4.
I'll give you an inspiration.
Okay, great.
He
I'm
already
also
said the
going
number,
to
isn't
use-
it too late?
No, when has that been a rule?
And also, I'm going to be using one of my on the. Wait for the second one. Okay, so I'll roll again. Initiative.
Yes.
Okay, great. Fuck. I'm going to use, since I'm assuming that it does fail, I am going to use one of my second wind. Assuming that it passes, it's expended, and if it doesn't do that, then it's fine. So,
Cora, I am not seeing your dice roll anywhere.
oh no, I put it
Me either.
in. Are you not able to see my dice rolls? The last thing I rolled was a 4.
I think you're rolling your dice to yourself. You have to roll
Oh
it.
no, am
Yeah.
I?
Click on
Okay.
the D20 and then you can change it.
Yeah.
At the top, it should say everyone, depending on how
Right,
you have the
no.
browser.
Here, I'm gonna do a practice because I've been rolling to everyone. So you should be able to see that. That was a 4, that was a practice.
I don't see the 4.
No, I'm putting it to everyone. I'm not sure why you can't see them now.
Try refreshing, because sometimes try refreshing your page, because sometimes the rolls get a little wonky.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try it again.
There we go.
I just rolled.
Huzzah!
Oh, so you can see it good. Okay, so then
Make a brand new initiative.
okay, so we're starting from the beginning. Okay, fine. That would be a nat 20. Let me know if that fails.
You get advantage on your first round to all of your rolls, darling. So, that being said, you kill our dearest companion, Damien, dead as a doornail. They go instantaneously into Mystic Step and then pop 5 feet away, dead in a puddle. Mystic Step is brutal, partly Shadow Realm. You're looking at goo. Damien, however, roll me an Arcana check.
Wait, so I didn't kill him?
Oh, you killed him dead. This is like he's like being pulled from body right now and gets like one final stab at trying to claim body.
That is
20.
that is
30,
not
20.
shit has officially hit the fan.
The ghoul on the deck, Oozey, you see this too, begins to bubble and crack. Before I continue, I'll give you both one action, and then something's about to happen.
Who gets actions?
Both you and Oozey.
Okay. So I'm
I'm gonna
assuming
still casting focus.
Cora, what was that?
so I'm assuming that I also get movement along with being able to do an action. Correct?
Correct.
Great. So how far am I away from the edge of the ship?
You roll. I don't know. Where did I will say it's 200 feet across. So you could choose because you were the one that tied everything down to begin with.
I think we were okay. So this is what happened. So we were close enough to the edge where I was able to speak to the person who threw the other guy overboard. So we're probably no more than 30 feet in, I'd say.
Okay, I'm switching maps right now. So Damien is currently there. If you want to move him, Cora, you can. And just ignore like the cannon father and shit. It's just there for decoration.
Okay, so I'm sorry I'm asking so many questions. So he's dead, and then his soul just like separated from his body is what's going on.
Yep, so at this point, I'm giving him one final thing I'm going to do, and I'm giving you both one action with the goo that is currently Damien, or what is left of him.
It's basically that scene from what is it, Endgame with Hulk, where Banner gets separated from Hulk. Except we can't see
Okay.
him.
Yeah.
I would
And
like to take Damien's body, which is probably and I would like to whip it. Like full scale whip it off the side.
Wait. Before you do that, let me do something. Because I feel like it's gonna bite us in the butt if we don't do this.
Go ahead. I mean, I haven't done it yet.
I'm going to steal his spellcasting focus.
I don't think that
That
would really
orb.
change anything. It's just a regular
I
arcane
don't
focus.
know. And to be fair, if people didn't railroad over me every single time I said what I wanted to do and like rolled to try to do it, you wouldn't be dead in the first place.
I really, 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 really did not want to do that. I really didn't. I really did not. Cora did. I did
No,
not.
it's fine. It's just like it seemed that every time I said spellcasting focus, everybody decided, let's go next scene.
I didn't say anything. I was in full support of that. I'm just saying. I mean, you gotta.
Yeah. Anywho, I'm gonna steal spellcasting focus.
Excellent. I did not hear you say that, and I apologize.
That's okay.
So that I just hear now. So when did you say that you were taking the spellcasting focus to begin with?
The first time I said it is the first time I mentioned it was literally when I was talking about the boulder. I said the reason I want to knock him out is so when I knock him out, it's easier for me to steal spellcasting focus. And then
Right, right.
after that didn't work, I said, okay, well, I could still try to steal spellcasting focus. Now I just have to roll sleight of hand.
Right. That was right after Cora had lassoed him, and then he did the whole rock to the face thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that.
And
Okay.
then I mentioned it about another 2 or 3 times here and there.
I missed it completely. If you want to roll sleight of hand, I can rewind real quick.
Before he gets body
It's
checked.
fine. What's been done has been done.
Or his body's getting body checked.
Okay, so you can take the spell focus
It's fine.
now.
What's
It rolls
happened
to
has
the
happened.
it rolls to your feet.
Yay.
That being said, is this Cora, you're still throwing Damien off overboard?
I
I
feel
have no
like
judgment. I'm full support of whatever you all decide. This is your storybook. I'm just helping you turn the pages.
yeah, I'm definitely going to whip him as far into the sea as I can get. So, athletics or whatever have you.
Fantastic. That being said, is this you may roll whatever you want, even acrobatics if you want to do a whole swirl and dance like it's some sort of flag in the distance.
No, I'm punting him.
Fabulous. Athletics then.
Athletics is my bread and butter. I also have 2 heroic inspiration, so I think I'll actually that gives you advantage, right?
Yes.
Good. That's a 19 on the first one and 11 on the second one. Assuming that I do pass, I'll leave it. If it doesn't pass, I'll use second wind. The 19.
As you punt the remains of Damien like a square ball over the side of the ship, you see a flash of lightning strike it at the same time. Damien.
That dog.
Oh, sorry. What's Cora? What's that, Cora?
She was gonna give a one-liner. She's gonna be like, "That dog will bite no more."
Fantastic. That being said, is this, dear Damien? Suddenly, you
Yeah.
appear inside of a room. You're sitting on what seems to be a very uncushioned stone. There's a spotlight upon you, though it's gray and dim. You hear voices and whispering again. Do you say anything?
Where am I?
Suddenly, a small hole appears in front of you like a portal, and you see the water. Do you go forward or do you remain seated?
I'll go forward.
You fall into the hole and splash into the water, and suddenly, your alignment has shifted. You are chaotic good. The evil that was within you has been abolished. But that being said, you fall into the water, currently drowning.
Can I cast a spell?
You may.
You took your spellcasting focus. Unless you have the spellcasting materials, you can't.
You may not.
I'll swim up then.
Excellent. Cora, you see this delightful display as well as you too, Oozey. The bitch is not dead.
All right, so I don't know if we're rolling initiative, but I would like to take an action.
Excellent.
So after seeing this, Cora goes, "Oh, son of a bitch! You don't know how to stay down." And she is going to. He's climbing up the side. Is that right?
Yes.
Wait, am I?
Yes, you just said you
I
were,
mean-
darling.
Right.
Can I go use that hatch that we found?
Cora has actions currently. You may be able to do something after that, and then Oozey is going to be able to do something frightful to you too, darling. I think they might be trying to resuscitate you back to being good-natured.
I would like to pull him into the water.
What that?
Like
Roll me athletics, or actually you're going to have to roll an attack, because you're going to have to, shove him off.
Okay, great.
Dante, you hear something hitting around the sides of the deck of the ship, as well as you too, Ikki.
Unarmed strike?
Yes, that would work.
Yes. Okay. First one is 16. And for the second, it's too late now, but I can use my second inspiration to give myself advantage on the second attack, correct?
Correct.
Right, great. So that's a 16 on 1, 17, let's see, Jesus, nat 20, 29. I'm definitely following that up with, like, she's not kicking down, she's like jumping at him and yanking him into the water along with herself.
Oh, you're going into the water with her,
Oh, yeah. I'm just.
like full grapple.
I mean, she doesn't have to breathe, so that helps.
Oozey, you see Cora collide into Damien off the side of the ship, and they go bouncing into the water below. Thankfully, the ship has stopped. On the other side is the other one you all threw overboard.
Shit has officially hit the fan.
Yo,
So I'm
hey.
grappling. I should probably make my athletics check now then.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. That is a 24. If it fails, I will use that second wind.
I believe you are able to continue the grapple. Damien, we will come back to what's going above deck. Dante and Ikki, what are you doing down there, darlings?
what I forgot. I mean, we turned on the boat. I forgot what exactly happened after that.
You
It's been
just turned the
so
boat
long.
to a stop, and since then, you both have been below deck. It's only been like what, fucking like 24 seconds, maybe 30 seconds. I'll give you a minute.
Yeah, but in real life, it's been like a half hour.
I know.
So there's nothing going on with the door at the moment, right?
Currently, the eyes are still peering back and forth at you.
And is Dante like fine?
Dante's
I don't know
eyes are
what
still
you're talking
glowing.
about. I'm completely fine. Are you the one that's not okay?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna go back up to the top deck.
Yeah, I'm not following it.
All right, well, you come up back to top deck. You see Oozey standing over the side. Cora and Damien just flashed over to the water's edge. And Oozey, you still have an action if you choose to do anything specific, but really it's open round, so you guys can do whatever you want. Cora, right now, unless Damien's choosing differently, you're drowning her, as I'm assuming.
Yeah, most definitely.
Curse of
She doesn't-
binding.
I don't think you can do any spell casting, if I remember.
It's not a spell class feature.
Oh,
Remember Blood Hunter?
I don't actually.
He is
but-
right on that.
No, I don't doubt it.
Yo, okay. So, Damien, you're doing what?
Curse of binding.
All right. So go ahead, do Curse of Binding, and you're doing it on Cora?
Yeah.
All right. And is there a save, I'm assuming?
Strength saving throw.
Oh god. Okay. Strength save. I hope that 26 wasn't for me.
No
Wait, what?
reason.
18.
I'm assuming that
Oh,
broke the DC, Damien.
Yeah.
All right, Oozey.
Considering that I don't know anything about her being able to, not have to breathe, I'm going to jump in after them, considering I know because of Damien currently being a plasmoid that he can hold his breath for an hour.
Oh yeah. I can do that.
She's probably so mad she would be committed to drowning you for it.
Yeah.
Um,
She's like, why
I
won't you
like-
die?
I like get to the top of the stairs right as Oozey jumps over the side, and I just like run over to the side, and I am like, "What the hell is going on right now?"
They're
Haven't I had
underneath-
my vampire bite for like a couple sessions?
What?
Huh?
Yeah, I remember getting bit by a vampire and having
Yeah,
been
we
killed
all
by
did.
it.
We'll come back to that, Damien.
Also, I think we're underwater, so underneath water, so it's probably garbled and we can't really hear you all that well. And also with all of the exertion and stuff, it's probably very chaotic. I would assume.
I agree. And Oozey, you dive into the water and you're trying to grapple who? Or are you just watching?
I'll try to grapple Damien. I'll try to grapple Damien, like essentially like blanket myself around him.
And your intention is to do
I'll go
what?
Just to keep him from struggling.
Can't I just turn myself into ooze or something like that?
Unfortunately, you're fully healed. Completely. With all of your HP intact, including your hands. It's like you've been born again. Oozey, roll me a attack with advantage.
26.
Christ.
That being said is this. It takes mere minutes, but eventually Damien's life drains from them. Oozey and Cora, you return to the ship. aka witnessing the whole thing, Dante trying to find a bottle of wine to drink. Dante, roll me an investigation check.
A 3.
You find merely the contents of what you have on your person. Please mark one less bottle of wine on your character sheet, and possibly one less pie. With that, we take a 15-minute break, and we will all take time to say one nice thing about Damien. At least we'll try.
I mean, the concept was cool.
Agreed.
Oh yeah.
It just
Definitely.
a lot of the time was not the right time to be doing what you were doing.
Yeah.
Thank you
It just
all for this.
hindered the party.
Which is I have, the feelings that I have about PvP and it being a necessary evil. I think that this was certainly one of those times because it's like, oh, I'm gonna move. Like the tying up part was like the benefit of the doubt, and it's like you probably can get out of it, but if you do,
Cora,
so
thank you for playing through on your first session. I know that was a bit intense.
yes, I hope I wasn't too murder hobo-y. I wanted to
no.
give a
You were
wide berth.
fantastic. I almost
Yeah,
wept.
Don't worry. It's like for some added context, he's done a lot more. And
That I don't
we've
even
given
know
him the
about.
benefit. Whoa. We've given him the benefit of the doubt several times.
Fair enough, fair enough. I felt so bad. I'm like, oh, I just chopped his neck open.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a thing that I did. I feel bad. But I find it, I will say this nice thing about Damien. I find it to be a it was something that I was not expecting. Like I was not coming, and expecting Damien to be like this evil sorcerer person because him and Cora struck a deal, and it's like, oh, you're actually doing evil shit. That's really interesting. Interparty conflict. In terms of PvP, that's something that I'm not used to. So that's new and interesting in a way that I can, flex my improv chops or my acting chops or my whatever, but it was very high octane, and it's something that I've never done before, and so I appreciate having that unique experience in that particular sense.
We appreciate you, Cora. I appreciate all of you, honestly. And Damien, I do hope you enjoyed that adventure. I mean, listen, kids, I've played some really dark shit, and so this was pretty simp for me, but I fucking loved it. So, Damien, if you have any issues, please let me know. Like, voice them. But I loved your character from beginning to end, and I love the fact that you're continuing a lineage of darkness. But I think your next character, you need to pull it back just a tidbit. Like maybe stop trying to get the party to help you and maybe work in the background.
Yeah, and it's like yeah, the getting people to help you thing is like, no, we're not gonna help you do completely evil shit. Like that would be completely out of character. So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, I do agree. If you're gonna do evil stuff, it should be like in secret.
Right, definitely. I mean, the closest that he got was Cora, but she didn't really know any better.
Right. Poor Cora
Yeah, that was
like,
honestly
"Oh,
kinda
we're
cool."
summoning we're summoning. We're not summoning demons. We're summoning."
Yeah, that was honestly like kind of cool. Ooh, voice crack. With the like meeting a new person and immediately tricking her.
That seems, from what I understand, that seems to be very on brand for him.
Mad Dwarf King, Pigeon, would you care to say anything nice about Damien?
If you can. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Noted.
Just give me a moment.
You healed me that once, I guess.
Yes, he did. I remember when he wanted to change species. I thought that was awfully.
Yeah, what was that about? Like, what was he? What were you gonna be?
I'm trying to remember.
I was voting as a Marion. That's just Asimir.
I was gonna be a Hexblood, since they're closely related to witches, which is what I wanted to
Ooh.
do. They should just make a witch class. It makes no sense to not have one.
I'll tell you what, Damien. You come back with your same lineage. I will throw you some interesting contacts. Unless you're going like totally different and
Well, it's sort a little. My new character's sorta a little different, just a little.
are you gonna go Death Cleric?
And if you play cleric, please heal people.
No, oh no, I'm not going as a cleric. I might go as a full blood hunter.
Now, that being said, I do need certain things to be done. Dante and Ikki, I need you to write down survived. And Damien, what is your family name?
Bloodstone.
Write down survived bloodstone lineage, level 2. Cora, if you could do the same with level 1. And Oozey, you're going to have to write down level 3, whether you realize it or not.
Sorry, what's level 2?
Oh, Cora, you're going to write down on your character sheet survived bloodstone lineage, level 1.
Yeah, oh yeah. So we got level 2 because in the past he's already died once.
Yeah.
As a different
That was his
character.
own doing, to be fair.
Yeah, he drank the blood of a Vrock to gain its power. That was not a thing he could do, and he died.
It was an extremely potent poison, and this was after almost actually causing my character to die. But because I said something cool, Verve was nice and let me live.
I think it was the fact that you survived death about 2 or 3 times before that, and the death that you were about to receive was not nearly as epic as the first 3, and I felt that was a disservice to your character. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was just like a random pirate. Like
Yeah.
that.
No. Oh my god. The fact that in like the first few sessions I almost died so many times.
He like survives a like a vampire lord or whatever. Like he escapes, didn't kill him, but we escaped, and then almost dies to just random pirate number 3.
No, do you not remember that during y'all's first session, I like was in death saves from that
Yeah, no, that
vampire?
was the vampire thing that I was talking about. Like we survived barely. I mean, you nearly died, but everyone else was okay.
I covered everyone in my slime.
Kill the visual on that one.
Dearest Cora, I do hope you come back next week. You've been a joy. And if you want to bring a friend, please let me know, because we do have an opening. I don't think Soda will be returning.
Oh,
Already.
it's a little disappointing. His character was interesting, and it was cool.
I
how
like
it
Percival.
yeah, it was cool how it was kind of
Oh,
connected to Dante.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was a great first session.
Oh,
Thank you guys for being so warm and welcome and accommodating, and Damien for giving me a run for my money.
Well, we do still have. We're taking a 15-minute break now, and then we have about 30, 40 more minutes, I think. A little less. than-
Okay, no rush then. I figured the way it was phrased, I thought it was over. Good. I'm glad. I'm
Okay,
happy to
fabulous.
continue.
But yeah, so we usually take two 15-minute breaks, but there was so much going on, I couldn't pull the scene away where I felt like it was not gonna fuck something up. And obviously, like I missed Mad Dwarf King, what you said like 3 or 4 times, and I apologize again for that. Like I don't know where I was, but I was trying to figure something else. I'm staring at multiple books, so I apologize for that.
It's fine. It's fine. I think I just have really bad timing because it seems it's never just me talking. It's either I accidentally talk over someone or somebody accidentally talks over me.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is, what I think what I'd like for us to do is try and get into the habit of if once we get used to each other's voices, then like you'll be like, oh, I hear this person. They're not stop. Oh, they stopped. Okay, I'll continue talking, and then try and go back and go. Okay, Cora, what did you say? Or Damien, what did you say? Or Damien, or or Dante, what was that? And just roll it back that way. I think we're gonna have to do that until we get used to each other, because then right now it's kind of like tuning instruments. Like we're just bouncing a little bit, which honestly doesn't. It isn't horrible, guys. It's not bad. So I just missed that for whatever reason. So I think going forward, I'm gonna try and use that in chat a little bit more for us. That thing there. So I'm going to try and use that more and then might recap actions there just to be sure I don't miss anything.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Why don't I do this?
I'm gonna be right back. Like 2 minutes.
Okay. So is that cool? Like doing something like that?
Yep, sounds fine.
Okay. Fabulous. I'm all about finding a solution. So I think I'll try and gravitate doing this. And then that way I don't miss anything. I think it was just there was too much being thrown at me, and I was like trying to make sure I wasn't fucking up the thing that you guys were trying to dump over the edge originally, and that was my big concern because that guy's got a lot of bells and whistles. Which, Cora, I'm gonna send over to you.
I
Why am I scared?
You don't have anything to be scared of. I probably have a lot to be scared about. I'm intrigued and scared at the same time.
Oh my god, it's like one of those mystery books that like are really eerie to begin with, and now I've lost it. It's so fucked up. It's weird.
Is the Mage
If
Hand
you're
Press official?
Is it what?
Is the Mage Hand Press official for D&D?
The the monster?
The Mage Hand Press for races.
Oh, that okay. So I'll have to double check. If you can get it off of Marketplace, then the answer is yes.
Okay.
And then we're gonna figure out homebrew as we start getting more info because of all the updates that they did recently on D&D Beyond. So I've got to check that out. So we're just gonna try and stray away from that for now, but we'll come back to it. And we'll do like little things like those level systems, and then we can build homebrew stuff off of that. So if I'm giving you guys like extra stuff like that, and there's something you want to expand upon or train inside of, you can. We'll use it like a skill tree in like World of Warcraft.
Cool. See, my thing is the reason why I didn't pick out, the few spells that I have as the Eldritch Knight is because I was specifically looking to, because hey, I'm a Dampier. I was thinking of getting something, flavored as like a blood spell, or like there are a lot of good homebrew spells that I like that I have specifically under a thing called blood magic. I have like 200 of them. One of them was like exsanguinating ray, and I was thinking I could add that onto there. But if homebrew isn't something that you think is probably viable, that's fine. I was just holding off on that because wanted to get some blood related stuff, adjacent stuff.
So you can flavor as much as you want, like just change the lightning to blood and be like, I'm okay with you also even changing the, and this is an update, guys. I'm even okay with you changing the, like, if it's lightning damage and it's blood, I'll allow you to change it to like, necrotic, for instance.
But not new things.
It depends. If it's like, so if it's really homebrew that you want, I always suggest send me it and then I'm going to research it and check it out because I've got to look at something that's comparable within the level range and then I've got to do some math and stuff and bring it back to center. That's how I do my homebrew stuff.
That's fair. Again, if it doesn't fit, that's fine. I was just putting it out.
Oh, well, I also believe in like, what is it? Improv. So I may say no, but there's always a but. So I would like for you to send me whatever you have, Cora, and then I'll give you an answer, like maybe by tomorrow, because I'm off tomorrow, so I can totally dive in.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. If not, then it'll probably be Wednesday, just FYI. That's worst case. Like, that's if like things start happening for no reason. And it's gonna be a moment, Cora.
That's cool.
But Cora, if what you're looking for is like blood spells or stuff like that, there if I can't remember the spell name off the top of my head. I think it's called Blade of Blood and Bone. And that's like a pretty good like spell that you get from an expansion book. That's like official Wizards of the Coast content.
Called Blood and Bone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's say here, yeah. I think I got it as a part of the Ilriger pack that I bought. Let me double check.
Ooh, there's Blood Spear and Curse of Strahd. But I mean, I think you'd be able to swap them out, right? If you can use them anyways, if they're not in the PHP. But like, if you send me more specifics, do you have one in mind now? I mean, we have time.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Oh yes, sorry, Cora.
Yeah, no, yeah. There's I have a whole list of them, but like I can tell you one that I definitely wanted to get is cantrip. Hold on one second. I'm gonna pull it up and I'm gonna send it to you in DMs.
Ooh, yes, please, thank you. And then everyone, I'll post the monster at the end of the session. This Cora had the most at 20s on it, so I was like,
Monster?
yeah. So Cora,
Oh, right, the old guy.
yeah. So Cora, that what I sent you was basically that in humanish form.
Oh. Noted.
Say, if you want, I can tell you the details of the spell.
I would like that.
Alright, so when you cast a spell, you cut your body with the material component, which is like a sword or a blade that's not consumed during the casting. Your hit point maximum decreases by three. For the duration, use a bonus action to draw a blade made of your own bone, blood, and sinew from your body. The blade is a magical weapon, uses your spell attack bonus when you attack with it, and deals 1d6 slashing damage on a hit. You are considered proficient with the blade. As a bonus action, you can slide the blade back into your body to conceal it. When the duration ends, the incision in your body disappears, your hit point maximum is restored, and a material component appears. And pretty much for each spell slot higher that you cast it, that's an extra d6.
Ooh. Sounds like
and
a
the
good.
duration is 24 hours. And I was thinking because of your whole like little bit of assassin thing, it could work too because it's an easily concealable blade.
I think that that will work very well.
Yeah. Thing is, I don't know if we have access to it on the campaign because for me to be able to share the content I own, I have to like get a certain level subscription, which I don't have the money to do right now, or else I would, so everybody else could have access to the Ilriger stuff and all that because it's pretty cool.
Now, is that an ill worker?
It's a spell that I got when I bought the Ilriger thing.
Okay, so maybe I have to pick that up then. And so, if I'm understanding everything correctly, the spell that you just sent me is that, correct?
It's one of many, but yes, this is one I was particularly interested in.
Okay, fabulous. Yeah. So send me that, and then if you could send me the source that it is on, like, Wizards of the Coast, or if you pulled it from somewhere else. I just have to double check things as far as like stats for it and see about like just doing a like an ad, or might have to do a swap depending on how I vibe, and then I'll talk to you about it and see how you vibe with it, and then we'll come to a conclusion. But I like homebrew and I don't mind adding it. It's just I'm concerned about things that D&D Wizards of the Coast just posted, so I've got to figure that out first.
Can you send it to me? I'd like to cross-reference that. I mean, not to check you, but like for my own reference,
Oh,
because I
that
might have
copyright thing? Yes, darling. Gotta be honest,
because I'm
I was
not a lawyer, but I'm accustomed to sort of some of the jargon. I come from a family of bureaucrats, so I kind of have to.
cute. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, check it out, and then you can 411 me or not. It's up to you. I'm gonna check it out eventually, and then like we can chat about it next week.
Rightio. I'll just throw a couple of the other ones that I have at you. Like I have it on my Pinterest. I have them separated out. I did one for like Frost Mage character. I have all the Frost spells, and then all the necrotic spells, and the blood spells I took a special interest in. But yeah, I'll definitely shoot you some when I get a chance. Probably not tonight though, because you know.
Oh, ish. Yeah, take your time. The biggest thing I'm seeing on this end is gotta find the article again. I was talking with somebody else, and I think it was this gentleman Tristan. He's fabulous, and he's supposed to be here tonight, but he had something come up, so he might show up next week. Anyways, he also knew about it, I think, and I saw the article when I was at the gym the other day. So I'm gonna go back and see if I can find it in my history, and I'll post it in our IRL chat for links.
Okay.
It might be there already. You would think I'd posted already, but maybe. We got about 2-3 more minutes, then we're gonna pop back in.
Okay.
So it looks like we're gonna have another Ace Weird.
Maybe. Are you gonna play another Asimir?
Yeah.
Well. Hey, welcome back. Okay. That being said, we're gonna go back into scene again. And we also Alright, so let's recap exactly all the who, what's, where's, why's, and how's. Damien is currently dead. That's right. Dead. They're out there. The water. Currently being pecked by fish. Way it goes.
Wait. Like half dead, or like gonna come back dead, or like dead as a doornail, not coming back, dead.
Roll me a medicine check.
A medicine check. Yes, I have 50 tabs open. So 1 second.
Meanwhile, Dante, roll me a perception check.
That is not nat 1. It's a 1, but not a nat 1.
I got a 5.
You notice nothing as you eat your pie and drink your wine, Dante. Meanwhile, Ikki, roll me perception.
Oh boy.
Cora,
Yes.
you try to determine whether or not Damien is dead, and you are unsuccessful.
18.
Well, I'll be ready for him if he's not.
You feel a strange thud under your feet, Ikki. Something below
Uh-oh.
deck? Question mark.
Dante, when you were passed out in front of the door, did you touch it?
No.
I felt something below deck.
Did we run something over? I don't know.
I'm gonna go check it out. Can I like sneak down there? Like I'm not just gonna walk down there out in the open. I'm gonna like be careful and sneaky.
You may roll stealth. Is anyone joining them below deck as Ikki wanders?
Well, I would
I'll
ideally
join.
hoist myself out of the water.
18.
Oh, I already put you both back on deck, BT dubs.
Great, great.
All right, Cora, you're going
Ikki,
below
I'll
deck with
join them.
Oozey and Ikki. Is that all
Sorry,
correct?
what was it?
Everyone's
what was
going
that?
below deck?
Seems like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to change the map, and then I'm going to need an athletics roll from your... Actually, I lied. Damien,
Yeah.
you are currently... give me a name of a squiggly, puffy little puddle of a fellow. Not fucking Steve.
Malcolm.
Malcolm. Delightful name. That being said, is this Malcolm takes the helm. Damien, roll me 1d20, please.
Okay.
And Ikki, what is your skill athletics check modifier?
Athletics, you said, is 0.
13.
Well, you did better than the last one, dearest Malcolm. That being said, is this you're able to keep the helm quite nicely. Yes, darling. And you're able to keep it narrowly aiming south if it does tend to wander in that direction, but the ship is currently idled. You may roll perception at any time with your tiny little eyes. The rest of you below deck, join Dante in front of the door. Please move your characters.
I thought that was Ikki, the one that did that, not me.
You're playing as my pseudopod.
Oh, okay.
Cora, are you going below
There's
deck?
2 Dantes. And
Yes, I am going below deck. I'm notably am behind everyone though.
Oh, okay, I think there's multiples. Let me delete these out of here. That being said, is this you stand in front of the door. There's 2 demons devouring each other. Their eyes are peering back and forth. However, there is something strange, something different. Dante, your eyes go back to normal sight. However, your pupils are gone. They're completely white, like hollow, decayed eyes. However, you have a second sight. You're able to see magical items. They begin to glow all around you for no specific reason. Dearest Cora, roll me perception. Ikki,
Perception.
roll me investigation. Yes, please, Cora. And Oozey, roll me whatever the hell you like.
Investigation.
16 on the perception.
11 on investigation.
19 on athletics.
Now, Oozey, are you going to try and bash down the door at the end of this? Thank you for the follows. That being said, Oozey, are you going to try to bash down the door at the end of this?
No, I'm now understanding that's an unwise decision just because you said anything doesn't mean I should immediately go for that stat. I will instead go religion, so I'll re-roll it. And I got an 18 on a religion.
18 on religion. Brought a tear to my eye just now. You stare at the door, Oozey, for just a moment and you peer at the pictures. You notice something strange. Well, they're not exactly demons, per se. High or low?
Hi.
You have determined that at least one of them is actually a goddess. The one being devoured. However, the name escapes you. At any time, you may
Hestia?
perform another in religion check on the door with advantage.
22.
We'll come back. Cora, what were you doing, darling? Perception check.
The perception check was a 16.
You noticed something different with the door. Well, at least you thought it might actually have just opened. You always knew that the door was almost sealed so tightly that if you ran your finger ever so slightly, it would actually cut it and draw blood. Sometimes that was a game the rest of you would all play, especially when you got bored by staring just out at bay for hours. That being said is also this. Now, you have noticed the door has opened. Keep that in mind. And I'll give you advantage on your next roll.
Okay. I wouldn't go anywhere near that door. Again, they never bothered to tell me what was in there, but whatever is in there is not good.
I think this might be a good time to tell you. When I came down here earlier, I saw Dante unconscious in front of the door.
Even more reason not to
And-
open it or to go anywhere near it.
And I should probably tell you, we were wrong about what we thought this imagery originally was.
What
At
is
least one of those isn't a demon. Uh, the one being consumed, that's a goddess of some sort. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. It's been a while. But it's a goddess of some sort.
Hmm.
it?
I will send it to you momentarily.
And then, sorry, did I learn anything with my 11 on investigation?
In 11 with investigation, you find nothing specific. Nothing new, at least. And Dante, you roll 22 on perception?
Yes.
That being said is this, you also notice the door has been opened. You study it quite frequently, and as your eyes begin to glow, you notice something magnificent. It's absolutely magic, from head to toe. It seems as though it's be blessed by something. And it seems as though it's also, well, it's divine magic upon the door.
I recommend we don't touch it. The
Well, no
name just
shit,
came to me.
Who is it?
It's a goddess known as Weejas. An extremely evil god that can't be good.
I've never heard of that one before.
One of the lesser known ones. And for dang good reasons.
Well, that's unfortunate that you said that because Dante has already touched it again.
Alright, she's specifically the goddess of magic, death, vanity, and law.
Vanity, you say?
So what is she, some sort of paladin goddess? Something?
Ooh,
Law? How
that's
can you be
one way to put it.
evil and be the goddess of law.
I mean, unjust laws are a thing.
Also, just laws are a thing.
I think it's more so those things in those aspects in the extreme. Anyway, if she is known as evil, I am worried about what may be behind that door.
Been telling you this whole time,
Same.
not go anywhere near it.
And I've been with you the entire time.
Dante is the only one who seems to have any issue with that.
Yeah, and while all of you guys are talking about this evil door, Dante's just like touching it, running his hands along the designs, poking the eyes.
Stop touching it. You're going to get us all killed.
Hey, you can back up, all right?
Alright, unless you want to fight hordes of undead behind that door, I recommend we don't touch it.
No, it's fine. He can keep on. His funeral.
Look,
Yeah,
I don't even know.
but I'm done with getting dragged into things.
I don't even know what your name is. All I know is you're a vampire or something related to a vampire. I don't like vampires, so I'm gonna be real with you. My immediate view of you is not good. So I'm gonna just keep it real
Congratulations.
with you, and I'm gonna take what you say and kind of sort of not listen to it. Because I also do that to literally everybody else.
Congratulations. Don't care. But anyway, fine. Do whatever you want. But when you're getting mauled, don't come crying to me. And with that, she turns about.
Or me.
And no, she fucks off. She goes back up to the top deck.
I'm gonna
I mean,
stay.
hey, at least
I mean, unless anybody
Go
is
ahead.
stopping her. She's making her way up there.
I'm gonna stay mostly because I don't want to see any more of our people die today.
Neither do I. But I figured this was on brand, so that's why I did it.
Yeah.
Does anyone
Love it.
follow Cora as they leave? That will very be said. Cora, when you appear back top deck, roll me a perception check. The rest of you, what are you doing staring out in front of the door besides just touching it and poking its eyes? Do you have a specific pattern how you're poking the eyes, however, Pigeon? / Dante?
What was that? Any
How are
particular,
you
like,
poking the eyes?
15.
man, just kind of like not like hard, kind of just like kind of how you'd like touch like a statue, just kind of like feeling around.
I picture he's like, you know how when somebody tells you not to touch something and then you like mockingly touch it by like touching everything you can possibly touch? I just picture he's doing that.
He's not a child.
No, just like, ooh, I'm touching the scary door.
Cora.
You're welcome to say that you're not doing that. I'm just that's what I picture.
Cora.
I heard my name.
As you appear back on top deck, you see the remains of your, well, vampiric friends upon the floor, their ashes stained by the sun into the wood. And you also see the blood from the sigils casted just 15 minutes ago. And you're reminded of the lifeless body of Damien on the side and the unconscious fool of whoever it is on the other. And you look out along the horizon, and you are utterly alone. What do you do next?
Well, she's probably contemplating something along the lines of, what the fuck am I doing? And after a little bit of that, she probably gazes upon the corpses of the piles of ashes of her formerly her former coven mates or bird mates or however you like to phrase that with disdain. And then after that, she probably sees if there's anything useful that they left behind. Weapons, artifacts, wands, anything like that that can help further her goal of getting the hell out of Dodge and onto dry land.
Roll me investigation.
Investigation. Slightly less good at that now, but no, that's history. It's the same rating, but investigation. Oh, I'm not proficient. Boy. 16.
Dante, you push one of the eyes of the goddess. The left or the right?
The right.
As you do, it begins to turn white.
I touched the left now.
And thus does the other, and the door opens. You see a long hallway and swords on either side, at least 6, and at the end, another door.
I want to look at the swords. I want to examine them. If they're regular swords or magical, because I can see magic items.
And
They're
can I
all
follow
shining
him?
with some sort of transmutation and abjuration.
Can I follow him in, and I'll just like be ready with my annihilator.
I'll follow in just behind, a whip in each hand.
As well, place your characters how you go in.
I'm just gonna beeline it to the other door.
I'm back, my darlings.
Welcome back. As you all walk down the narrow hall, you will feel for a moment almost lightheaded. And you stare at the swords on either side of you. They glint like mirrors back at you. You see a reflection. You wave a bit, and they seem to wave back, correct? You approach a door. It seems simple enough. However, there is a large lock in front.
Okay, Ikki. Since you wanna follow in, be useful. Take the law.
I guess it's not so bad yet. All right, I'll do it. 18. I mean 19, because yeah.
Perhaps it's just your hand, but as you touch the lock with your pick, you feel a lump hit, and it goes throughout the hall, and the swords begin to shudder and shudder in such a way that you notice they clink and then silence. You spin around and they're there, floating in midair. And with that, we have reached the end of our session. However, if we choose, we can go another 15.
Wait,
I
like the
think
swords started floating?
Wait, have we reached the end, or are we going another hour?
It's 11:30 right now.
What time did we start?
It's 1:30.
7:30.
Uh,
So it's been 3 hours. Wait, no, 4 hours. Hold on.
let's see.
Wait.
I'm good at
11.
leaving at the cliffhanger.
Yeah, I think that's a good cliffhanger. And also, we're
Yeah.
like down a member.
No.
I agree.
Now that I'm thinking about it, that explains why there were so many undead when we went into that one room that we just sneaked past all those undead.
What explains?
The goddess,
Oh yeah.
because one of the things about her is she expects her followers to be almost entirely loyal to her, but not just that. She doesn't care whether or not you're resurrected, you become an undead, whatever. She actually encourages becoming an undead as long as the participant is willing. Like the person that's becoming an undead willingly becomes one.
If I were to become a skeleton, at least make my skeleton do something cool.
So
Well, thank you all for coming. I'm going to hang out if you guys got questions or just want to chit chat, but I am going to end the stream. Thank you guys for watching. BTW, gentlemen, we did get 2 follows this evening, so shout out. Thank you.
Woo! Woo!
I'm going to figure out their names here in
let's
just a
go.
moment. I will get better with this and, you know.
Oh, I just completely missed that you said Cora roll history. Crazy.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, by
I'm
the
kind
way,
of testing out whether, because I don't want to be obnoxious with it. So like, Cora, if like I start noticing it's not catching your eye, then I'll start putting a at Cora with it, so it'll pop.
Yeah.
And then, the other thing I gotta do is your perception check because there is something, but I want to know if you want me to give it to you open or if you just want me to send it over to you because I'm down for either of those.
I'll probably send it over just because reasonably they wouldn't know what it is because there's nobody else up on this deck.
Okay, solid. Yeah.
So yeah, all of my friends, in quotation marks, are dead. We had to dispatch another member of the party. There was this weird chimera abomination thing that almost got the better of us. An ancient sea demon gave the ship a tap on the shoulder. And some other stuff.
Yeah, that wraps it up. 4 hours. Oh my gosh.
It flew. It didn't feel like 4 hours.
Yeah, that's weird. I felt like we were at that point where you guys were dumping people off the side of the ship, and I was like, oh, we need to do a second time. Yeah, we're at 4 hours and 3 minutes.
We're at war crime time.
Work.
We're at prime
I
time.
did not think that this session was going to go this way, but I am pleasantly surprised.
Oh, good. You enjoyed it?
I did very much so.
Okay, fabulous. And then, Oozey, did you enjoy it? I just want to do a call of heads, and I got to go back to Damien, but they had to leave short because they had to go to class.
Oh yeah, absolutely love this session.
Okay, cool. And we beefed up some things. I don't know if you all noticed, but I was aiming in that direction, so I'm glad it worked. Yay!
Beefed up. Wait, what do you mean?
Oh, I just beefed up a lot of different things. There's too much to explain. DM stuff. So it worked. I'm glad. It seems.
It feels like every session, the campaign becomes slowly more and more unhinged in a good way.
Right. Unfortunately,
I feel
Cora,
like-
you weren't there for all the meat and potato campaigns that built all of the structure, and now you're just in the middle of the cave.
I guess I'm just tackling this person over the side of a boat.
I just imagine you staring out, tapping your fingers, brum, brum.
I feel like the house
What's next?
was a little more unhinged than this though, with Dante or the mansion or whatever, with Dante vomiting all over the town guards, and then Oozey pretending to be a god.
And then there's me eating porcelain plates, the time we turned me into a plastic explosive. What else? There's the bottle, of course.
And it's Paige Pancake and Lisa Miss 121. Thank you so much for joining us this night. They followed us. Their first two, really.
I need to start asking for the link to the screen before we start so I can like send it to some of my friends.
Yeah, I'll post that right now-ish.
And so, like, what copyright stuff was YouTube getting on you about?
I don't know
Speaking of the
yet.
stream.
I tried to figure it out, and then like all the links went nowhere. So I'm waiting for them to respond again, and then hopefully I'll have more information.
Is it the AI images?
No,
'Cause
I
I do
don't.
know that they're kind of in a copyright gray area.
Okay, so then now we have to fuck off with the AI images. Okay, fine.
Wait, what's about the AI images?
That they're kind of in a copyright gray area where it hasn't exactly been decided what
Okay, well,
Even
what the
AI
copyright for AI
images?
images is.
Even the AI images?
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, then I'm gonna have to bust out my watercolors, and y'all are gonna have to deal with whatever comes out. So
That would be great.
if you guys are okay with that, I just
That would
don't
be
know
cool.
what's gonna happen.
No, I mean, no matter how
Ooh,
good or
I
bad
should
it is, I
find my
would be happy
3D
with
pen and
that.
see if I can make us all miniatures.
One more time, come back.
I should bust out my 3D pen and see if I can make us all like miniatures.
I mean, that's an
That'd be
idea. I
cool.
might set up my camera because I've got a bunch of 3D minions. So I could like indicate minions as you guys and then do like 3D views that way if you want to.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump in here. I am going to be going to bed now because I am very tired, but it was a pleasure.